will mute you for now, and then when the event starts, we'll unmute this, and then we'll be speaking through the microphone, so you should be able to hear us then. Okay. Thank you. If there's any problems, we'll be on the chat, so just drop us a message on here. Okay. Thank you.
Greetings, everybody. Please take a seat if you are able. Ooh. Greetings, everyone. This is a very emotional day, and it's a very energetic day. I don't know what's going to happen with my face. I may laugh and cry all at once. Please hold me. I'm so grateful for everyone who is here, both in this space, who might be tuning in via Zoom or the live stream, or, you know, a little time travel who might be watching this in time to come. Greetings to you all. I want to give a massive thank you to everyone who is sharing their time and their energy with us all in that space together today. I've got some, I like to start with gratitude, so can I just reel off a list and a whole thing? So greetings to everyone in the space, greetings to everyone watching online, future witnesses, greetings and gratitude to the Signing Tree, this incredible venue who are hosting us here today. And we always look forward to coming here. Any excuse, to be honest, to come to the Signing Tree, we take. I want to give a massive thank you to the MAIA team and all of the squad who are helping to make this hopefully as generative and as comfortable and as embracing as we can. But there's been so much work that's gone into the last week, which I'll talk about in a moment. But to bring us here in this moment, I want to give a massive thank you to our collaborators and to our hosts, the space hosts, Maddie, Ajay, and Hersey, the archivist. I said I was going to reel off your full name. So thank you to those guys. I want to give a massive thank you to Ed and Paul, who are helping us time travel by helping us share this beyond space-time. Massive thank you to Miles, who is helping us with sound and all things. I'm a big technophobe, and just Miles' presence alone helps me feel very grounded. So thank you, Miles. A massive thank you to Uati and to Grace, who have absolutely killed the production of today. I don't want to draw Grace out. But a massive thank you to Grace. Huge gratitude to Cara and Kyle, who are helping us document today, and Third Eye Media, who will be here a bit later. Massive thank you to Maria and Jane and Jen. I hope I got that name right. For who is helping us with subtitling live. I said I was going to cause these guys some trouble. Simia. A massive thank you to Hyacinth and Jacqueline, as always, for BSL interpretation. I'm just trying to be their little protege. I'm just trying to learn, so I keep just sticking around these guys. And a massive thank you also to Linda and Faye, who are going to be supporting us throughout the day as well. It's going to be a very full day. We're here till 2 o'clock, and we have to get out pronto. I'm just letting you guys know from now, 2 o'clock we have to go, right? Haste. So it's going to be a full day, a rich day. We are going to play. We are going to reason together. We're going to exchange. We're going to eat. Some of us have already eaten. The flapjacks were warm when they came out. I was beside myself. It's going to be a full day. Before I get into what the day is actually about, hi, Amber. Love you. Just a few housekeeping things and a lay of the land. I've been told that no fire tests are planned today. So if we hear anything, it's the real thing. Sensibly run. There are fire exits in every space. I feel like a flight attendant. There are fire exits in every space, and there's a car park on the other side. We make our way through the car park, not into the next building, but there's a green park on the other side of that. So we'll make our way that way, and we'll have support to get there that way. We have a number of spaces here at the Signing Tree today that we're able to sprawl out and get comfortable in. So this is the Simister Hall. This is the main hall. where all of the talks will be happening. We have workshops and play spaces in the Duffield room, which is down there, and the team can support you to find that. And we also have a quiet space if you need to step out of the hustle and bustle. People might be nursing, people might need to pray, or just catch their breath, you know. All of these things and many more are welcome in that quiet space. Tea, coffee, please do help yourself at any given moment. They really look after us here. I see them baking cookies, like, thank you. But the refreshments are abundant. We are due to have lunch at 12:15, and there's a mix of veggie, vegan, and meat options, I'm told. But let us know if you need anything else. Okay. If you feel called to, can I just invite anyone who feels this is accessible to them, or anyone who feels open to doing this, can we take like a deep breath together? Because we're about to talk about what's bringing us here, and then that's it, the ball's gonna roll. So can we ground in with the breath together? If it feels accessible to you, do whatever you need to do to make yourself feel comfortable. If that's grounding, see if you can feel the floor beneath your feet, if that's available to you, or the seat beneath your bum. And I'm just going to invite us just to take a breath at any pace that feels good to you. See if you can take a deep breath in through your nose. See if you can feel that all the way down into your belly. See if you can get it in your belly. Breathe in and let it fill up. And any time that you need to, just release. However that feels good to you. Can we do one more? Is that okay? Breathe in, fill up your belly. See if you can let that stretch all the way out. Keep trying to hold on to the floor beneath your feet or the seat beneath your bum. And when you feel ready and able, let that out. Thank you. We're going to talk about what's bringing us here. There's also like a lot of like his friends, his squad in here, and so it's also like, it's all right, we're going to be fine, it's going to be gorgeous. We're going to talk about Abuelos. I'm just going to read something for a moment, and let me get this up. So this day, Organising Abuelos, some of you have been on a very long, what's now an 8-year journey of dreaming up what this space is going to be. Some of us are newer friends together, but it's deep. This is a really deep thing. And in 2024, we find ourselves making this big shift from making something that's been a dream, that's been a vision, into a tangible, practical thing that we can touch, feel, commune with, rest in, eat in, reason in, and many more things in. We're working on a spatial justice proposal to turn land from a private commodity, to take it out of the private market and put it into community stewardship for Black thrivance in perpetuity, for the long term, and all of the things that Black thrivance is interdependent with, which is everything liberatory. Just going to throw that out there. So we're creating Abuelos, which is a cultural centre with accommodation, and it's fundamentally grounded in what is the role of culture in the spirit of transformation. How do we understand the role of culture in that context? And you know, at any given moment, I like to bring in my granddad. This space was grown from the spirit of my granddad's house, which is the most regenerative cultural centre that I know, in a very humble 2 up, 2 down terraced house in a post-industrial estate in a place called Wednesbury. Now, the people who are local are like, Wednesbury. The people who aren't local, Wednesbury has always been a very working class, predominantly white working class area. And my granddad landed there in 1960 from the Caribbean and built an oasis in which it's many things to many people. The front room is sacred. We know this story. It's like the living museum, and it's celebrating everybody that lives in it, everybody that's come through the doors, faces that we don't even recognize. It's a room of love and preservation and culture and homage. There's the the back room is popping, there's too much furniture in it, like how are we all fitting in here? It's hot, the TV's on, nobody can hear it because uncles are reasoning on the table in the back, and there's food coming in and out, the kids are dancing in front of the screen. It's full of life, but it's also a place where we have hard conversations. This isn't a place of pure romance, and still there's something beautiful about being able to talk politics with your people then, right? And then there's the kitchen. Any given Sunday, you know, are we playing Beres Hammond? Are we, what are we, is it gospel? Is it soul? You know, what's allowed on what given day? But it's a place in which our souls and our bellies are nourished, right? And there's the garden, which is this constantly regenerative space. And also, like, you know, my performance space, the garden is the stage. You know, me and my cousins definitely did many a routine there. But this spirit of this house, we say, how do we build from this precedent? How do we build from a place that nourishes us, that affirms us, that dignifies us, that doesn't deplete us? And so this space is really grounded in the radical hospitality of Grandad's house. I'm really excited to say that this proposition called Abuelos, which means grandparents, and I'm going to invite people who are in the space to please have a look throughout the day of what it is that we're practically building. And each of the conversations today are going to interrogate that a little bit further. But I'm very excited to say that this is no longer a speculative thing. We are building it for real, for reals. And I love that. Come on now. Thank you. I love that people like Julia are here. I ain't even trying to draw you out, but there are people in this room who are also building practical, tangible things, spaces, and we're unpacking the layers of what does it mean to hold spirit and economy? What does it mean to hold culture with governance? How do we reimagine law and reparations in the context of climate? Right, all of these things, the people who are doing this work all around. And I just want to close out this segment by saying we're really honored to be building this alongside so many visionary people. This proposition can only work, and the work that many of us are doing can only work in solidarity, in fierce coalition with other people who are also oriented towards liberation, who are also oriented towards what is this transformative paradigm that we actually need to shift to. I'm inviting us all to be in fierce coalition with one another. And I'm just saying, you know, we keep looking for co-conspirators. So I don't know if there might be some in the room, but please know that's the invitation is out there. There's lots more to talk about across the day, and each of the spaces will do that. And we're holding the question, how do we prepare for a community space in which culture, radical hospitality, and architecture are crafted to meet this moment, right? And we're going to really unpack what is this moment throughout the day. Without any further ado, we're going to invite our first panel up this morning. What am I talking about? What day is it? This morning. So there will be a panel in here which is called Land, Spatial Justice and Reparations. And in the Duffield room, there is a very, very fun, very, very experimental and very playful way that we're going to invite you to play with the architectural vision of Abuelos, and that's happening in the Duffield room. So please make your way there if you want to go and do that. And also please come closer to the front if you want to stay here for the panel, and we're going to swap around now. Thank you. Thank you. thank you for being here on a Saturday morning. Let me start there with manners and respect. I'm really, really honoured to be here and have this conversation with people who I deeply admire and whose work I really respect. And so this conversation, we're starting let's get straight into it, land, spatial justice and reparations. So at the heart of the Abuelos proposition is a spatial justice proposition, right? It's about one, land back. It's about acknowledging the very property-making nature of empire and of the British Empire and how that has stolen from us, taken away our dignity, our lands, and has built wealth on the back of that. And we know that the land story is fundamentally tied to wealth, particularly what it means to be in the belly of the beast. So we're going straight in, with this. We're going straight in with this. And the work that we're trying to do is how do we take the land out of this private speculation market, right, and turn it into something that is communally stewarded over the long term for generations to come, and really grounding that in black thrivance and black dignity and all of the things that are required for that to happen. So the bigger question is practically how do we do this? And there's going to be lots of things to work out on the way. But I couldn't think of, there's a million and one people that I could easily bring into this space, but I couldn't think of a better way to ground this conversation with this dialogue. And so to be here with Pat, with Connie, and with Marcia is a massive honour. I'm going to invite each of you to introduce yourself and your work briefly. And if you could start with this kind of context of how does land, how does spatial justice, and how does reparations land with you and your work in this moment?
Yeah, so good morning. Thank you for having me here. My name's Marcia from Black Heritage Walks Network. So I'll keep it brief in terms of my little bio. Basically, about 8 years ago, myself and about 2 other history teachers, we sat and we looked and we thought Birmingham is not presenting its heritage as it should be. It's black history, Asian history, Irish, the Greek history, the South Asian histories, and those alternative histories, LGBT, disability, feminist rights. So we basically got together and thought, right, how do we do this? Let's create a platform where we can take you to the places where these things happen. So this whole thing of space and land is quite appropriate, because that's what we do. We take you to that land and that object, that statue, and we then give you the very short narrative, but it's a balanced narrative of how everybody, so we've made it balanced, has created that tapestry of Birmingham. And we've done that by a series of, we've got about 20 walks in Birmingham where we present the alternative histories. We're now in a process where we are not just claiming the actual space, but those heritage buildings. Okay, so first question, is anyone here from Birmingham City Council? That's okay. So,
just to say, it is being recorded, so it take time, yeah.
That's okay.
Off record, we can talk all the things out there.
And so what you've got is now, because we're broke, as my dad would say, we've got the ability-ish to reclaim what we call our heritage buildings that made us. So, for example, if you were to look around Birmingham, you're really looking in Handsworth. We've got some specific buildings. We've got FCF. Who went to FCF? You put down your foot. You've got the Marcus Garvey House. They've knocked down the Beehive Centre. What we've got left are, we've got Thornhill Police Station. We've also got Handsworth Leisure Centre, I believe Oaklands, and others. Those asset buildings, we as the black community really should be creating what I call an army to grab them, because they are ours. They created us. These buildings enabled us to create what I call ground roots here, and they tell our history. Right. It's not as easy as you think. The amount of barriers, red tape, consultations. And we've got a situation where we have a council that doesn't want or can't cope with these buildings. We in the community possibly could and would, but we also will also have to take on the very big challenge of knowing when we take them on, we're going to have to ensure that there's continual marketing, continual footfall to pay the electric bill, the gas bill, the everything bill. That's just that issue alone. Then you've got to keep on, how can I put this, creating that momentum of people coming in, cultural events, workshops, etc. And what we've actually said is we can do this, but we still need that little bit of help from other community public services. So what we've said is, why can't universities come in and use our buildings? That will help us in terms of bringing in the money. Colleges, schools, the NHS, all of your other public services that you could ever think of, food bank, supermarkets. A supermarket could create a little space in here, or any other building, for example. That's what we need. So we need to take our spaces. So what you're doing, what you're saying is phenomenal. You couldn't, 200%. And when we do take on the building, absolutely brilliant achievement. But what I would call the possible struggle is being able to maintain the overhead costs. We're not even talking making a profit. Forget profit. So what is also needed and what needs to be explained to, I don't know, the asset transfer department, the council, you can't just let go of us like this. We will still need immediate help from others to use our space. So that's where we are. It's what we call a transition situation that we're in, because we've never had this, how can I put it, opportunity of being able to get hold of these buildings. But there's also the reality of, now you've got this building, can all of you still help us just a little bit? So that's where I'm from with this. Yes, yeah. So do I hand to you now, or yeah?
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Connie Bell. I am from Decolonizing the Archive. We're based in London. And the work we do is around archives and bridging the gap between the community, the African heritage community, and those lost narratives. The reason we developed that whole strategy is because we realized there was a dearth in understanding the power of narrative and understanding the power of archives. And unfortunately, due to the colonial interlude, we've always archived as African heritage people, we've had to kind of renegotiate our ideas around archives, because archives have gone into Eurocentric institutions which represent and remind traumatic experiences. So our job was to develop a strategy and a methodology where we could interface with our community using the very same artifacts and histories, but then transforming those narratives and allowing the community to reclaim the narrative and to build upon those narratives. And so we call it the Pan-African Archive as well. So that's what we do. In regards to this amazing question that we're all sharing here today, I've got so much to say, but I'm going to try my best to keep it short. First of all, how do we reimagine culture and a space for us to recover? I think Abuelos will definitely do that for us, because in so many ways we need to recover. We're not in a situation where we are actually, I can say, profoundly understanding ourselves as a community. And when I say community, it's got many layers. It's not just about the African heritage community, but it's also about how other communities are interfacing with the African heritage community, communicating with our history, communicating and understanding what is happening and continues to happen. And from that context, there is a constant state of recovering. And because of that constant state of recovering, we then need to initiate programs and strategies that actually address just that. The fact that we are constantly in a state of recovering. Now, not many other traditions and cultures are within that kind of paradigm. And so what we have is a very perplexing and interesting challenge for us as a group of people. And so I think it's amazing that, you know, anyway, I don't want to get too overwhelmed here, that you're tackling this, because it has to happen. Another reason why it has to happen is because when we look at land and property in regards to the idea of what empire has done, we have to remember that when you take people's land, you take their identity. Now, in every single case of every other culture that has lived here in Britain, they're all associated to a piece of land. But for us as African heritage people, we're told we're black. What is black? Black is not a piece of land. Can I tell you? All right. It disassociates the group of people from the land mass which claims and recovers and identifies them. That is a problem. And so I steer away many times from using the word black. Sorry, I'm getting all heated now. I'm just getting loud in here, it's too echoey. Because we now have to go into the recovery of our Africanity, our African identity. And it will take different types of representations, because we're not just one kind, we are a plural identity. But at the same time, if we are to recover it within the aspect of the landmass in which it is associated with, that is a piece of work. Last thing to say, in regards to answering the question, how do we transform it from private to communal? It is going to take you, the community, to do that. I am daring both yourself, but also whoever is going to be listening here today and listening online. It is you that has to do it. Our governments have failed us, and so has the council. So therefore, looking to council for help is almost like insane, because they are never, they've proven it to you. The archives are there if you don't believe me. Go and look at the archives over the years. They are not built structurally or physically to bring in the changes that we need, because that would take for the very people who are being embedded and signing up to change their way of thinking. That means they have to unschool themselves. All right, now. So Abuelos brings us that opportunity to address those challenges. Thank you.
My gosh, sisters, that was amazing. I should have gone first than you. I'm also not used to being simultaneously signed. It's wonderful, isn't it? Kind of distracting. I'm kind of thinking, oh, that's sign.
I keep throwing things on them as well, like, oh, how do you sign this?
Yes, it's wonderful.
I already told them I was going to play them up this morning.
I feel like just saying a random word to just see how it's Anyway, thank you so much. Thank you so much to MAIA for inviting me this Saturday morning. Before I left the house, my husband was like, I thought you weren't doing Saturday morning things anymore. You said that you were going to set boundaries. And I said, I am going to set boundaries, but I can't not do MAIA, because this woman is doing amazing things, and I can't not be part of it. So we had to kind of like, you know, had to just deal with it this morning as I left the house. So this idea of land and spatial justice and reparations. So I'm a professor of post-colonial geography at the University of Birmingham, and it feels to me centrally that that's what geography should be doing. It's not what geography does, to be fair, but it feels to me centrally as if that's what geography should be doing. So geography as a discipline and fully accepts this of itself, but doesn't know how to get out of it. Geography as a discipline, it has its roots firmly within colonialism and is aware of that and doesn't know how to dislodge itself. So lots of people are always telling me, oh yeah, we really need to decolonize the discipline. And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, and so I'm kind of like, well, what are you going to do to actually do this? And they're like, well, we'll do anything you want to do. So, as you know, that's not going to work. I'm just one person in geography. So I'm doing what I want to do within geography and outside of geography, and then geography will do what it does. But I always want to tell black audiences about geography, because we don't have a lot of black people in geography, and that is geography's fault. It's not our fault, it's geography's fault. The way that it's designed as a discipline, the way that it excludes us at school. So it introduces itself and kind of says, not for you at the same time. And the curriculum is a problem. And I'm talking with a lot of geography teachers who are very aware of this. It's a very active group called Decolonizing Geographies. I had to turn the sound off on the WhatsApp because it was constantly ping, 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 because they've got ideas of how the curriculum should change. They want to change their own practice. They're doing things on the lowdown, but they're constantly being challenged and checked by their departments. It's very, very difficult to make change in schools with the national curriculum the way that it is. We have a lot more freedom in higher education, so we do what we can and we try and help. So I'll just kind of run down, because I'm really interested in the land, spatial justice and reparations and the whole CHOGM thing that's running just now, the Commonwealth heads of government. Wonderful. They just kind of, because it was them, that made the Windrush scandal blow up, because they asked very pertinent questions at just the right moment when the British government were relating to them. The Commonwealth heads of government said, well, what's this thing with Windrush? And it went from that. So this time they're using that power around reparations. And of course there's been a lot of hurricanes and various things. Climate change has kicked right in terms of the Caribbean in particular. And so some of the wonderful heads of government that they do have at the moment, they don't always have wonderful heads of government, but at the moment they do have MAIA Motley, for example, who is a dynamo. And she's been talking about reparations for a while, and of course that's spread to all the other islands. And now at the Commonwealth heads of government, they're talking about reparations, despite the fact that our government was very keen for them not to talk about reparations and for it not to be in the document at the end of the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, but apparently Keir Starmer has failed to keep it out. That was the headline this morning, quite an interesting post-colonial headline, that Starmer has failed to keep it out of the document. So reparations is on its way moving, despite our government's refusal to accept it, and to talk about it as if it's a past thing, when actually it's really very much a future thing, because without the reparations they can't pay for all the things that they need to pay for because of climate change, right? So in order to equip themselves for the future, to have early warnings, mechanisms in place, for example, for hurricanes, moving people out of danger areas, ready for sea level rise that is going to be catastrophic for a lot of islands. They need the money now. And that's not about the past. That's about the future. But because of the past, they're not able to equip themselves for the future. So this is really important, not just for the Caribbean, not even just for the Pacific, but for all of the world. And if we don't get islands sorted out, remember, we live on an island, right? If we don't get islands sorted out, we're done for. So this seems really important to me, and it's very much linked with spatial justice. I'll finish in a second. But I just want to run through. So my specialisms are post-colonial geography. So that's about the legacy of the past and how it affects how we live now. So that was a move for me from thinking about development geography, which development is all about this sense that there's this linear path from the traditional to the modern, and many, 2/3 of the countries of the world are just behind on a path that everybody else is moved through. And of course, colonialism messes that up because it says, look, we weren't all on the same starting point, we're here because you were there, all of these different things, which means that, so post-colonial geographies has always been about kind of reminding people of that colonial past so that we can't leave it in the past. And it's about looking at the continuing effects of colonialism in the present day. And that is about land and the distribution of land, but it's also about memory, it's about voice, it's about trauma, it's about all of those things that people are living with now. More recently, I've been very interested in black geographies. Black geographies is a relatively new part of the discipline because we haven't had enough black geographers to have a black geographies. But we do now, and that's really, really interesting. So it began in the US, where they're in a post-segregationist situation. So you can really see areas where black people are living and having their own spatial practice. That's kind of really interesting in terms of all of those survival modes and all of the interesting things that have to happen. I was just talking to a very important black geographer yesterday from Detroit, Danielle Purifoy, and she talks about creative extraction. So, you know, black townships and black towns, how creatively their wealth is constantly sucked out by the kind of white villages and towns surrounding them. And there are lots of creative mechanisms, including, we had a fascinating discussion about bankruptcy. Bankruptcy is a really interesting mechanism by which wealth is extracted from black communities and black towns into white communities and white towns. Really interesting. Very, very clear in the US situation because of the settlement pattern. Whereas black geographies here, I was saying, is probably a little bit different, much more deeply post-colonial, much more transnational, therefore. What happens in other places is deeply linked to what happens with us here. Black geographies here, I might start to argue, is a kind of black and brown geographies, and that's kind of interesting. You know, what happens in a place like Birmingham links us as communities in ways that is really interesting, but also differentiates us at the same time, so deeply colonial in terms of how forms of governance and power. So black geographies here is about that, but also I've been writing about black geographies as a visionary field. It's about kind of not just how do we survive now, and not just hustle culture, but kind of what is the vision, the spatial vision of black geographies? How do we understand the future? And there's lots of really interesting things. We see those visions in our music, you know, we see it in reggae, we see it in jazz, we see, you know, those kind of interesting temporalities and non-linear modes of change. But we also see it in our own spatial practice, in the attempts to preserve, right? In the kind of archiving that Connie was talking about, in the sort of, I love the kind of geographies of the house, you know, in the way that we use the spaces that we have to archive our own culture, to understand it and pass it down, right? All of those things are really interesting black spatial practice. And of course, I've been interested in decolonial geography, rightly put, which is all about the land, right? As people have famously said, decolonization is not a metaphor. It's not a kind of like another way of saying EDI or, you know, a kind of interesting first paper that people can have to talk about justice. It's not about that. Decolonization is about getting colonists off your land. That's what it fundamentally is about. So it's indigenous writers that are writing about decolonizing in a practical way. Like, you are on my land, and what's more, you're destroying it. You know, it's not just that you're kind of there and getting profit from it. You're actually causing wildfires that are, you know, just meaning that the land is destroyed. All kinds of things are happening. Lands that many indigenous people have been on for thousands of years and maintain that land. People have been on it, colonists have been on it for 200 years. The land is starting to really feel the strain. So decolonizing and decolonial geographies are about those kinds of really active reshaping of lands and radical forms of spatial justice. We don't so much see that in Britain because of the way in which things have been directly colonized in quite subtle ways here, but we definitely see it in places like Canada, where there's been some really interesting work, South America, obviously in Africa and across the African continent, in Australia, all of the kind of colonies of settlement, right? We see it there in really interesting ways. So those are the areas of geography that I've been interested in and that I think chime really well with these wonderful things that you're doing.
Well, I mean, you know, I could sit at all of your feet for the next 3 days consecutively, but I don't want your husband to be any more vexed with me. So There's so much to talk about, and in lots of ways, I kind of want to come back to the specificity of Birmingham and in this moment. And what you said, Pat, was just making me think about, I was with some friends recently from the US, and I was talking about when Malcolm X came to visit Smethwick, and I was talking about the Indian Workers Association and the kind of the solidarity lines that were navigated in the 60s. And my friends from the US were like, how do you know so much about South Asian history? And I was like, how do you not? Like this deep entanglement that we feel in the proximities and the understandings and the connections and the legacies and the ways in which our histories are entwined is something that's really sitting with me with what you said. So I come back to thinking about Birmingham, and I think about this current condition that we find ourselves in. Can I have just a brief show of hands? How many people here are from Birmingham? How many people are living here now? How many people know about the Section 114 or the bankruptcy? Okay, now it's a majority of the room. So it's really interesting, right? And something that Marcia, you were speaking to is in this filing of the Section 114 notice, which ultimately is how a council declares itself bankrupt, we start to see this flogging off of assets. And we also know that they didn't just start at the filing of this notice. They have actually been ongoing and circular for a really long time. And it's always interesting is my favorite word. It's always interesting that the assets that get sold off are the lighthouses that we need in our racialized inner city communities, like our libraries, our community centres, our youth centres, all of the things in places like Handsworth and Perry Bar and Ladywood. And, we're seeing that kind of continue. I'm really interested in that kind of, this is a very localized context, but also we know that this is not an individual Birmingham story. So I'm really interested in just like teasing out a little bit more. What do you see this moment currently facing us here in Birmingham, and how do we actually respond to it?
Okay, so the moment, we're in a transition where it's messy, it's complex, because I would imagine the city, the council, realises it needs these services, that it's actually getting away, throwing away. We're in a situation where I suppose we have to actually decide which one of these throwaway services is priority and that we need the most. And then we're all going to answer, well, we need all of them the most. We can't really prioritise youth services over adult and social care. They're both important. So I think it's a case of managing the situation. We won't solve the problem. We just have to try and manage. And what I'm saying is get a space, for example, like this, and make it multi-use. So we have, for example, universities, colleges want to get closer to the community or want the community to get closer to them. Well, set up, for example, a university course here or have this as part of a university campus. There's money. That's a win-win. And then the other win-win is you're bringing you actually put the university into a community space. I also think as well, for example, the NHS, which hasn't got any space at all in its hospitals. Is there the possibility, for example, having, I don't know, health watch surgeries here in a building where people can get their blood pressure checked, their BMI, and so on, and be sort of like that first port of call before, so that you've got a management system where the local community can walk here, they don't have to pay for parking, they can get their health managed in an area that they feel comfortable with. That way, you're freeing up space within the hospital, you're freeing up the queue, the hospital waiting list. Use this space maybe for that sort of thing. Does that make sense? So what I'm saying is the only way to manage this is to make spaces multi-use. But that's just me. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And it's also making me think just about, this idea that youth service is something that happens over there, and adult education is something that happens over here, healthcare happens over there, as opposed to the fundamental entanglement of them all. And so even that kind of like compartmentalization of provision and how then that gets spatialized is something to continue unpacking. And when we think about what it is that we're building, and I've seen like all of us be in spaces that are incredibly intergenerational, that are tending to multiple things at once. And I come back to like the beauty of Grandad's house was that it was also the social surgery, the community centre, the childcare provision, the shared labour. It was so many things. And we know this story intimately of how we tend to our collective need with whatever it is that we have. And I think that there's also this legacy, right, of we know how to do this in our bones. We know how to tend to each other. And a lot of this feels like a remembering to remember, how to bring back what we've forgotten or that we've been engineered to forget. And so I'd really love to pick up this conversation also around, I'm holding the complexity of a city that is prioritizing demolition and a world that prioritizes demolition. I'm a brutalist, babe, just saying that for any architecture nerds in the house. A context that prioritizes demolition as the way to start over, the climate impacts of that. And I'm thinking so much about preservation. I'm thinking so much about cultures of preservation and what it is that needs to be preserved as we orient towards the building. And I wonder if Connie or Pat has anything to say about what is it that we preserve?
I've got like two things running through my mind, three actually. So I'm going to try to be succinct. Sorry. All right. So, in terms of preservation, I'm going to link your point, what's your name again? To Marcia's point, because Marcia is on to something there. Marcia is on to something there. It's brilliant. In terms of the repurposing of space. Now, in regards to preservation, Marcia said something earlier, and so did you, in regards to the history. The rich history. So to me, it's a no-brainer. The geography site of Birmingham is an actual cultural site in terms of African heritage identity in this country. There are quite a few, but the point is this is one of them. That means that we are now in a present state, an opportunity to grapple that whole historical feature and to really dive into something where the community can actually take ownership because of the amount of demographic African heritage people that are here in the city. So it's a ripe opportunity. Now, in regards to the variance in terms of that demographic, again, it's a ripe opportunity because what it can do is set up a blueprint for how other communities across the UK can also set up what we call the village. Because what you've mentioned there is the village. Now, in terms of preservation, again, what needs to possibly happen in regards to strategically aligning what was then, or what has been taken, or what has been demolished, to what is now being lost in terms of services, is to beat them at their own game. They're taking away these services. So who said we can't do it? Who says so? We can do those services. They need it. The joke is, they're taking it away, but they need it. So you kind of wonder at which point are they going to realize that they're going to need it back, and then all of a sudden you see them spend some whole heap of money and do some foolishness. So, you know what I mean? But so what do? We beat them at their own game. We start to provide those services, beyond them, because we don't know so them going to need it, right? It's like you broke your foot. Oh, we're going to take away the hospital. Oh, but then where are you going to go? Oh, no, it's fine. Until what? One of the royals broke their foot and then they go, oh, we're going to have to put back the hospital because, you understand? But this is what usually happens, believe it or not. So we set up a situation now where we start to implement those things, right? And when I say we, you only have to help her, because she can't do it by herself. So it's truly a we situation. It's not just, oh, MAIA is doing it. No, the onus is on all of you, right, in reestablishing this village. Now, in terms of the preservation sites, as Pat has mentioned and Marcia has mentioned, there is so much rich geographical heritage here. It would be a shame to not link the young people that are being born into this heritage to that story and to that narrative, so that they can take ownership and feel agency of Birmingham. Because what is happening now is people are being born, and they're being born without any sense of agency. And if they're fortunate enough to have a teacher or a tutor, like this wonderful lady here, or fortunate enough to meet a lady like Marcia, who's doing the thing, or fortunate enough to buck up Miss Hot Ting over here, then you're good. But then what happens if you don't? What happens if you don't? And too often, they don't. So therefore, there needs to be some kind of beacon of light, which is what this village is going to be. Not if, it'll go so. A beacon of light where we strategize the services that are being demolished alongside the cultural landscape that is also being demolished. We marry the two together, and that's how we do the thing.
That's how we do the thing. I can't carry on from that, but no, this is a wonderful discussion, and kind of I'm a bit loath to do this, but this is what academics do. So do excuse me. I was just reading this morning that from Stuart Hall, who Rita Gale and I have been doing a lot of work on Stuart Hall recently as part of the Stuart Hall Archive project, and I was just reading this thing by him this morning where he was talking about intellectuals at the service of popular movements, which is, I think, a really important thing, right? Because as academics, that's not what we're normally encouraged to do. So Stuart Hall didn't like the word academic. He wanted to be known as an intellectual, because an intellectual is a popular intellectual that, not in terms of everybody likes them, but in terms of they are at the service of the popular movement. That's important. But the other thing that he says is you don't just say things to be liked, right? Because that's not being at the service. You need to be sometimes it's just you as the critical voice. And sometimes that will come across as a voice of restraint. I don't want it to be a voice of restraint, because it's wonderful. But I do want to just, as a post-colonial geographer, one of the things that we notice happening repeatedly is not just colonization, but recolonization. And that's really important. It's a process that happens in urban spaces as much as in countries overall. So what you're talking about is the retrieval of value and the remaking of value. Incredibly important, right? But then, of course, capital is clever, right? So capitalism is clever. It does not see value without wanting to exploit it. And so, we're not the first generation of black people to have these wonderful ideas, right? Our parents' generation had the same, not the same, but similar wonderful ideas. That's how the supplementary school movement was created, for example. That's how the many community centres that we've had and continue to have. I mean, some places have had incredible longevity, given the hostile environment, right? That's how, the Muhammad Ali Centre, all of these other centres were created out of these wonderful ideas and initiatives, incredibly kind of energetic and visionary people like Amara. But what happens is that capital comes and says, okay, that's working really well. We'll inject some money, right, to help you. And then slowly, the thing no longer belongs to you. Or else, they'll say, well, we can give you a job. You're an interesting person. We can give you a job in this place, right? Next thing you know, that person is no longer available to the community for all kinds of different reasons. Often it's stress that person is gone in terms of their mental health. Yeah, all sorts of things have happened. So I guess that's what we need to be wary of. I don't think we can necessarily stop recolonization from happening, because this is not just about some kind of wily wrestling match. These people have power. And if you don't come voluntary they will destroy you, right? So it's not that, I'm not saying that we can stop the course of history. I think this circular movement is kind of the course of history. But what we can do, I think, is be wily with it, right? One, be prepared and aware that recolonization will happen. So if we're successful, our successes will, eventually there will be at least an attempt to recuperate them. So we need to be ready for that. Not be thinking, not be, you need to be, what's the phrase, as shrewd as snakes and innocent as doves, right? So we're innocent as doves in terms of the vision. We set it up.
As wise as a serpent.
As wise as a serpent.
Harmless as a dove.
As harmless. There you go. So I'm making it up as I go along. But I think in terms of, harmless as doves, we do what we do, right? And we shouldn't let it stop us. We have to carry on. We have a responsibility to that next generation. We have to do this, right? But I would say that, we need to be as wise as serpents, right? We do need to recognize recolonization when it's coming, defend ourselves as far as we possibly can, and be ready to reseed somewhere else, because that's been one of the geniuses of black people, right? We're incredibly mobile and agile, right? It's hard to be mobile and agile. It's not a fun thing, but we have slipped, we're kind of jujitsu, we kind of slip away. And I think that's one of the things that our music is teaching us. I was saying earlier, non-linear, kind of beats that teach us that there's other directions, lateral. This is how we live life, right? We have to keep moving. So, we'll acquire these buildings. I think that's an excellent idea. We'll acquire these buildings. We'll repurpose these spaces. Capital will come and mess things up, and we'll slip sideways, And I think that's really important, just that we're ready, because it's a battle, and it's ongoing, right? It's ongoing.
Thank you so much. And you're also just making me think how much the battle is also such a spiritual battle. And I'm also just thinking about there's so much discernment that we have to do along the way. And sometimes that is about being really conscious about where resource is coming from, or how a council or how this power representative, shows up in the work. But there's also something within us. There's always something within our community also about discernment. And something that I'm also holding with this, right, is that it fundamentally can't be everything. It's not going to be everything that all of us need. And so it cannot exist in isolation. It's something that I keep holding on to. And I'm also thinking about, we've talked reparations, with thinking about what it is to repair and what it is that needs to repair. I can't help but think about, because I've been watching the reparations conversation happen, particularly across the Caribbean, and I'm nervous. I'm nervous that the conversation stays concentrated around money, as though that is the only resource, as though money will not eventually and very soon in lots of ways become obsolete, as though climate crisis is not forcing us to think much more expansively about what needs to repair. So in that expansiveness of repair and reparations, can I invite a closing thought on how you think Abuelos can situate the conversation and the practice of repair in whatever it does next?
Yes, Abuelos will be successful because we are here. So that's that. What we also need here to ensure continual and everlasting success are your city big I ams, and I'm going to say it again, your educational big I ams from the universities, the colleges, your big I ams from the NHS, from the police force, everywhere. That layer needs to be here as well with us. The fact we're here, it's going to be a success. But without those, the big up there, governmental, what I call influencers, the ones that hold the purse. It won't be, I'm not going to use the word struggle, but we will have our challenges where they could eliminate the challenges. So you're always going to be successful, of course you are. You are.
In regards to reparations, we really have to be looking at, you say you're hitting it on the head, Amaro. All of them talking about money. So therefore the question is, what is it that we need to repair? We need to start analyzing that. So Abuelos needs to situate itself, what really needs repairing. Now one of the biggest challenges that our community has is that all of us are feeling like we're isolated. You deso, she deso, him deso, they deso. You know, it's spread out, you understand what I'm saying? What colonialism has been very successful in doing is dividing us. That whole divisive nature. So because that division has played such a vital role in destroying us, let us recover. Yeah? Let us recover. Let us now bring back in all the various stations that they've divided us from and tell us, oh, we can't work together. We know we can. We go to those communities. That's what Abuelos will do. It will go to those communities, the very ones that, it has been said that we don't. No, we will. And you start to bring back in and stop this factionism. Because it's the divisiveness that has brought us into this situation, really, why we are unable to move and fortify a formidable stance that can be long-lasting, so that when Mr. Capitalism come with him big money and say, MAIA, I want it to be on BBC, right? Because the division has been addressed, even if MAIA decides that she's going to go, I hope you don't go on BBC, but even if she does, the community will be able to continue beyond you, because it would not just be about you. You understand? That's how we have to do the thing. Because too many times in the past, what we have seen, and this is where reparations, again, the repair that we need to do, the egos have taken over in a lot of these social groups that have been the leaders in our communities. So we have to take away the ego. We have to send it away. We have to put it behind us. In psychology, they go, look at the self and the non-self. Right. So we need to separate. So we have to do the thing, right? And when we do that now, when Mr. Capitalism come, it don't upset the table. So when we talk about repair, it's about fixing all those mistakes that the archives and history has already shown us has happened. The Thomas Sankaras have shown us how it's done. Yeah, the Lumumbas have shown us how it's done. The Marcus Garveys and the Amy Jacks. Yeah, all these people have shown us how it's done. So we really shouldn't have an excuse as to how to go about doing it, right? So we need to bring those ideas together, and that's what Abuelos is going to do. Because the fact that you put Abuelos, the grandfather, is saying, therefore, we're going to bring back and bring it to the present and do the thing right.
Okay, so I've been thinking about, because the question of repair is a really interesting one. There's a lot of discussion going on in the US about repair and reparations in a very direct way. There's a writer called Jovan Scott Lewis who has been very involved in the reparations committees. And they're actually talking about giving money to African American communities. And then, of course, the inevitable, that causes a massive squabble amongst black communities in the US about kind of, your parents weren't enslaved here, they were enslaved somewhere else, so you're not one, that all of these kinds of things. Because as soon as you drop money into a situation, it divides people up. And so I guess, that's a really interesting, and I'm really interested in what you're saying, Amara, about the end of money. That's a really interesting moment, right? To think about the end of money and where we're going with that is really interesting. So a lot of my work has been, and a lot of things I've been interested in, is creative practice. Not just because creative practice is in itself massively enjoyable, which of course it is, but also because I think there's something quite important about the kind of elusiveness of blackness within capital that has been about, you know, how we manage to keep our soul under colonialism and then capitalism. And that's been about creative practice. So creative practice disguises itself like carnival, disguises itself as some kind of fluffy thing on top. You know, it doesn't really matter. I'm just dancing. Don't pay any attention. You know, but actually, I think that's how we have kept ourselves going. And it's also how we've passed down wisdom. So I'm quite interested in how we take creative practice seriously as a form of repair and also as a form of survival, but also having within it vision. You know, so it being something that is not just how we get by on a day-to-day basis, but that it also points us towards futures that are alternatives to the way in which we're normally understood. So that takes it out of a kind of capitalistic framework where, you know, when young people, they make their musical product and it looks like it's just product, and then they buy and sell it on the internet, and it just, you know, it seems as if that's how you're just doing it to make some money. And of course, there's nothing wrong with people wanting to make some money and get themselves a better life. I'm not looking down on that. That's a thing. But I think it's quite important to think about creative practice in terms of the soul. To think about creative practice as something that is a choice of a contribution that we want to make to each other's lives. And whether that creative practice is creative writing, whether that creative practice is music making, whether it's dance, or whether, and I really kind of, this is part of my everyday creative practice, even just singing as we go along in the street, you know, singing. I always think that's really important. Where I grew up, there was which is in Lee Bank, which has itself been taken over and changed and removed, and there was a guy, a Rasta guy, who used to walk down the road just singing at the top of his voice every day, and it just kind of brightened your day and just also made you, there was something very soulful and very kind of beckoning about his singing, and the way that it, because it was a very concrete place, but the way that it echoed was really important, the kind of architecture and acoustics. He kind of enlivened us to the place by singing. So there's something kind of quite important about those heritage things that Marcia was talking about right at the start there. How do we appreciate our place and the way that we have made the place and the way that the place has made us? And a lot of that is through what we call in geography spatial practice. And spatial practice is elusive. It can't always be appropriated. It has its own life, its own spirituality. We kind of have to believe in it and invest in it, right? Not just take it as something that's not as good as a book type thing, but have it as something that is actually doing its job, a wisdom that continues after the individual place even, you know, or something that continues when both are demolished. It just carries on and passes through to the next person. So that's my take on repair.
That's so beautiful. You see how I scribbled all these notes down? They got me writing like... Can we give some massive, massive love to Marcia, to Connie, and to Pat? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And also just helping us really land in this day together, you know, with this deeply. I'd love that offering of creative practice also. All of you just speaking my language, kuya. We're going to take a really short break now, and if you are attending the People Them Skills Audit, which is going to be a very, very lit space with brother Stephen Camden, aka Polar Bear, in the Duffield room, that's actually starting now, so I might invite you to grab some pastries and refreshments on your way into the Duffield room, and we'll be back in here if I've got the timings right, for 11:45 for the 3 Degrees conversation, where Imi is going to be joining us here somehow. So thank you so much for being with us, and thank you again, you beautiful souls. Thank you.
son whacked it. I'm like, I quite like the creativity of it.
It makes sense. Yeah, I drew mine on the floor accidentally. I just got 2 hairline ones. Yeah. So, Amara said you're Angela?
Juliet.
Juliet, sorry, Juliet.
That's okay. That's Juliet.
Lorna.
Yeah, from London. So I run an organisation, Star Trust. You just that kind of.
But you know,
Yeah.
new this year.
Yeah, it's been wonderful, and and it's our thoughts and work aligns very similarly, and yeah, it's just beautiful in terms of how we're approaching this in quite similar but also intentional ways. I'm from Uganda. My family came over as refugees in London 35-40 years ago, so we're just seeing how the idea of sort of just land and the politics of land is playing out at a micro level where we are as diaspora but also back in Uganda, because we used to have common land tenures up until, it's always been like that for generations, but when we got independence we inherited the British Land Property Laws, but that had never been enacted. But our president suddenly 5 years ago said everyone has to register their land titles in the deadline, so suddenly that's all sorts of. So we're thinking about how can we utilise sort of creative land trust mechanisms and put that into the legal framework in Uganda, so that people can revert back to the common land tenure, but in a way that is actually embedded in the property legal framework. So it's interesting.
And so, where in London are you?
So we're in East London, so we've got a site in an industrial area similar to this.
Are you renting that?
No, the site that we had for a decade actually got demolished, but we managed to negotiate with the developer opposite to get a rebuilding of the space that we lost at Pembrokeshire for 1,000 years. Yeah, so that's going to be about 15,000 square foot. And it's
Do you have a practical presence in East London?
in East London, while also doing the stuff in the diaspora. So it's because it's just what we live in, like my family.
Sorry, I'm here pestering people. The workshop's starting in 2 minutes.
What? That's the one in the other
Duffield room.
Okay.
Then the skills audit.
And then this one starts in 15 minutes.
Is that what we have been told? Then yes, then that's when it's happening. I don't know if it's when it was originally starting, but that's when the talk is starting.
So it's almost like a sort of learning the mechanisms we're using here to reprogram what's happening back at home.
Like maybe your team and network here, and then your network
in Uganda. So in London it's very small. So I've been doing this for 20 years, but so initially we were taking over abandoned buildings or faith spaces to activate as community spaces for arts and culture, and we lost those due to gentrification. So, but we were really, JRF was the first funder actually funded us to do this particular work. So we're a team of 3, but we buy in sort of architectural, planning, property expertise. So that's in London, obviously incredible amounts of volunteers, and in Uganda it's probably in the thousands. Because every micro community has a local chief who is kind of resisting this new ask from the government, and we're trying to figure out how to organise in a way that is also safe, but also brings back the indigenous principles, but actually making it, in a way, still using, I would like to say, the British way to give credibility for the government, if that makes sense, because that's kind of like, it's coming from the UK. So saying, well, actually, Community Land Trust and Commons is a very, revered structure here, so how can we embed that without actually telling them that we're going to be reclaiming the land? But it's going to be it's co-conspirators. So we're talking to local chiefs and the leaders and sort of, also translating what that means in their local language. So I speak my mother tongue, so there's also like a whole other piece of work to do there. But it's very beautiful because it's about going back to sort of how we make decisions collectively, which is what my grandparents have always done, and almost also re-educating away from the fact that it's not only someone who's got a degree from university that is
interesting because I'm really lucky that I was born in Uganda, learned my mother tongue, then came to the UK. My parents are here, but I'm really lucky that I can step into both worlds. That's beautiful. So it's a different pace. So one of the difficulties is definitely the pace because whereas here I would say things are more frameworked and structured in a way of this is the beginning and this is the end and this is the output. There it's I think it's a little bit more layered. It's more circular. It's about what do people feel and how will it affect not just the community but also like the environment. So that's embedded in the thinking.
If one conspiring around and the feeling might change.
Yes.
Like whereas here it's like, we've consulted you.
Yes.
Said this. It's like, I ultimately knew between then and now.
Lloyd and also the idea that what I've learned through the process is that fact isn't as important for my community. It's not about figures and square meters and this portion of land. It's more nuanced. It's about the story almost and the relationships and the intention more than that line. So when you kind of say, well, actually, we can protect 200 acres, like, but why? Why does it have to be that? Actually, we
Why
don't.
is that 200?
Yeah, the elephants were the ones who lived there, so what do we do about that? So there are questions that are asked that you think, that's actually never would have thought about approaching it that way. So, but in that process, we're learning a lot more about historical ways of being, and that's informing our work in London as well. So that's made it beautiful to also see that what I've learned is that most of the little diaspora communities, whether from Sri Lanka, whether from Black Columbia, it's all very similar in terms of like the core value system. Well, the thing is, I was speaking to my weird enough, my mum is very close friends with Archbishop Buell. I don't know how they call friends. Yes, that's right.
Who's friends with the Archbishop?
So I mean, there is a story to that. In that my great-grandfather, my mum's great-grandfather, so my great-grandfather was the first Anglican priest in Uganda. So he was ordained by Sir Samuel Baker, and so that's when the school started in my grandfather's land. So that's why they're connected. But he was saying that actually here there are also lots of indigenous cultures that are just not. It's not that it didn't exist, right?
Yeah. Okay. Hi, everyone. First off, I just want to say a big shout out and thank you to our tech team over there, Grace and Miles, who have a job that I do not envy. So thank you for bearing with us and for your patience as well. My name is Miriam, for those who don't know me. I am Sites of Imagination lead here at MAIA. Amazing job title, I know. I started last year in November. Time does fly. And I think about space and land justice. And at this current moment in time, I'm working on Abuelos with the team. First of all, Imi, thank you so much for joining when you are knees deep in your Europe travel, looking at all the presidents, literally in a cafe, sitting outside right now. So just thank you for being in this space and journeying with us and just being present with our work always. So I'm going to hand over very soon. But first, I just want to introduce this piece of research that we're going to delve into and have a lightning talk by Imi. So 3 Degree Neighborhood, I have this here. If you don't have one, there are copies around the room with Hersey at the back, so please do grab one. Imi will be speaking us through it through the talk, so have it with you to reference. And this is a research paper by Civic Square and Matter Labs that seeks to understand the current risks of the climate and ecological breakdown under a high emission scenario, so a 3-degree warming. And Imi's going to share this research and what this means in the context of Ladywood, and how this shapes the ways we build and how we collectively prepare for the climate reality we face within our processes. And just to give a bit of a grounding to both of us, we've introduced Abuelos, based in Ladywood, round the corner from our current art house yard. And in that courtyard in Tube Works, where the future Abuelos sits, right across that courtyard is a building called the Warehouse, which Civic Square are proposing to turn into a neighborhood public square, a civic infrastructure to share the skills, resources, and tools we need for climate transition. What a lit courtyard. I cannot wait. So, without further ado, I'm going to pass over to Imi. We're going to have a bit of a tech transition. Yeah, and then we'll come back and share some thoughts.
Can everybody hear me good? Yeah? All good. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for having me, folks. I would really love to be there alongside you all, because I guess, as Mariam said, yeah, what a lit courtyard. But it goes back to this time where we kind of grew up and deepened our ideas together at Impact of Birmingham. And it was like a real honor to be alongside Amara at that time, as she was from incredible work that Maya had already been doing, starting to dream up what Abuelos, but more importantly, the systemic shifts around the land and economic system could be to support this. So it's amazing to be in 2024, probably a few years later than any of us would expect. It all takes a bit longer than any of us would expect. It's a real honor to be here today. And so hopefully all around you, you've got some copies of this. There's no doubt what I'm going to talk about and probably the amount of stuff I'm going to share just as a primer is quite big, and it's fairly overwhelming, even for anyone super, super literate in this work. And so, when we get to the end of this talk, hopefully there's a range of different tools, links that I've shared that the team will share with you, the physical copy, and enough provocations for us to have a conversation. It doesn't seek to spend the next 20 minutes or so explaining the entire climate reality. It's a piece of work that seeks to really provoke us to understand the scale and extent of scientific research there is to show where we're at and how, unfortunately and fortunately, we're being taken for a huge ride as to whether we know what the answers are. And we're a lot of the solutions for the green transition and what we hear around net zero really are a great deal of greenwashing, especially when you take a decolonial and climate justice approach. And so that was what was really driving us to do this work. We have done it around a range of other publications that are open source, that are situated across the work that we're also trying to do to build on from what we learned at the hub alongside MAIA and Abuelos, to look at what the infrastructure at the neighborhood scale could look like, to put neighborhoods and the communities that live in them at the forefront of that transition. Normally I would do quite a lot of framing work, but today I'm going to dive right deep into the research quite quickly. At the heart of our work, the only thing I'm going to say about Civic Square really quickly is at the heart of our work is this question, which is, what if the climate and ecological transition and the deep retrofit of our home streets and neighborhoods were designed, owned and governed by the people who live there? And this is the question that situates at the heart of us thinking about transition in the economic system, in the land system, in how land is owned and stewarded, and is really like the framing fundamental like dark matter question that we talk about that will enable all the beautiful stuff on the surface. The work that I'm going to talk about today was a follow-on from a piece of work that we did to explore what the current baseline situation in our neighborhood is at that time, using the framework of donut economics. There are many different frameworks that you can enter this journey on. It's not to say that the donut is the perfect one, but what the donut helped us to do was to be able to really look at the social and ecological simultaneously and together and interdependently. So if you haven't seen this piece of research, there's again another booklet we can share on this. But what this really sought to do was build a baseline as to where we're at the Ladywood neighborhood scale. On the outer ring, you can see what is described as the planetary boundaries, which are Earth's life supporting systems, from the health of our soil to the material footprint that we're using. And the outer ring, as I said, is that ecological ceiling. What we don't want to do is breach that ecological ceiling. And the inner circle is a whole range of things, both defined globally, but then was also defined by the many people who worked on this as things that matter to people in their place. So what is known as a social foundation, everything from water, health, food, housing, so on and so on. And so these two rings, the green bit is meant to be where we're at. We're meant to be able to build an economy and build a society that can stay within the green rings, not breaching the ecological ceiling, and not failing to meet the needs of people in their place. Obviously, you can see from where we ended up after 2.5 years worth of desk-based and participatory research was that we discovered, much like most of the Western rich imperial nations, we are breaching catastrophically our planetary boundaries, and we are failing to meet the needs of people, which you won't need me to tell you about that, from housing to health to equity to energy in terms of people's quality of homes, and so on and so on. And so this next piece of work was really building on, well, what the heck do we do? But also there is such a vast amount of climate research, and simultaneously there's such a lot of talk about net zero. But when you look into a lot of these a lot of our net zero strategies, to use a Instagram meme, they're like pretty delulu, right? They don't make sense. They fundamentally don't make sense. And so what we sought to do was build on 3 really big questions that we had. Number one, there's all this global climate research and national research. how do we understand it? How do we understand it in our context? How do we understand it in our neighborhood? How do we understand it at a scale that we're working at? Secondly, there is so much conflicting information about net zero. How do we understand what the truest picture of that is, and how do we try to get beyond that delulu and try and get a straight picture on this? And then thirdly, the question was, what would be the strategies out of this? Now, you'll see as I go through the talk, there's no doubt that the strategies and the design questions and the foundational ideas that have to move us out of this are really, really bold. And so that's why I think that it fits in really, really beautifully with the work of MAIA and Abuelos, but also just the movement that we've grown up in Birmingham. We are going to need to radically reimagine ourselves, and who best to do that than the artists, the makers, the creatives, the poets. And so it feels like a real honor to talk to you guys about this today. So as Mariam said, we're hoping to be just across the road from this image at the moment doesn't at all incorporate the architectural plans. This was just architectural plans for Abuelos. This was just a sort of visualization of how we imagine what could be true. For us, this is really about providing the resources, the tools, the spaces, the knowledge, the connections for the neighborhood to be at the forefront of their own transitions. And those are just some images of what that looks like for us. So I guess the most important thing, and they are just images at this stage, to be really, really clear. What I want to say as a caveat, the most important thing when you see this piece of research is to know that this is not at any scale an advocating of 3 degree, of us reaching 3 degrees. 3 degrees will be even more catastrophic for the global south than the last 100 years of climate change and Western imperialism. There's no way that we should just use the idea of 3 degrees as something that is just another number that we breach, like we have 1.5, and we just have to adapt to it. It'll be catastrophic for the global south, and it will be unthinkable for and incredibly difficult to navigate. The other important thing is to use this research not as an absolute. So at the moment, you might hear a lot of talk about which way is climate change going to go in the UK, because there's a potential of a weather system called AMOC collapsing, and we're seeing evidence of AMOC collapsing, and that could take us to 20-degree colder winters, for example. If that doesn't collapse, we're looking at our current high emission scenario taking us to extremely higher temperatures, which will have all sorts of different effects. So the important thing here is to not be like, oh, I literally read it exactly like that in 3 degrees and it's going to happen. Because the truth is, the tipping points, nobody really actually at the moment knows which way it's going to go, and things are moving a lot quicker than most climate scientists imagined. But what is important to take away from this research is that the future does look radically different to and the way in which we need to adapt and be able to live and do anything within it is going to have to radically transform. So to finish on that point is that we're not here advocating for 3-degree neighborhoods. What we're saying is the current research is showing that we are in a high emission scenario. And if we carry on in this scenario, we are on track by 2050 to be at 3 degrees. And so I just want to give everyone a chance to know that I'm going to go into some pretty difficult things. If this is already feeling a little bit like I'm not sure I want to sit in and listen to this, you're more than welcome to take a break. If there's children in the room and you're like, I'm not sure this is the right way, it will take me about 5 minutes to get through the really tough stuff before we get to the other side. But I just want to give you a bit of a warning about that. So currently at the time of writing, which was March 2023, when we published this work, the global mean surface temperature was 1.3 degrees. And depending on which research you read, we're now right at the 1.5 that was set more than a decade ago as the agreed threshold that we would never want to pass, right? Because at 1.5, we already knew that this was at a level at which millions would already be at risk. And beyond that would be dangerous levels of warming, which will be hard to contain once those tipping points spiral. And so that's why it's so important to like note that alongside everything I'm talking about and everything that I'm going to say that is propositional, and to move us into an honest space and out of the delusion of that we can just carry on as we are and it will be okay. Alongside all of that is still critical the resistance against the fossil fuel industry, the resistance against material extraction, the resistance that we're seeing and the campaigning and the lobbying at all scales, all the work everybody is doing to already like try and mitigate and pull us back is critical. So what does that mean? It means 2050, it means that children born today will experience at minimum, if we do not turn around, a 3-degree planet. What does this look like? This looks like the image that I'm showing here. It shows that under our current policies, so we don't even have a policy landscape that is actually moving us back to 1.5 or doing anything to move us away from this 3-degree reality. These pledges, we are due to breach 1.5 catastrophically and head into 2 to 3 degrees temperature increase. This is so important because that's not just like, hey, no, all of our policies and pledges are saying that we're on track, we've just got to really do it. The pledges and policies are in cuckoo land, right? And net zero by 2050 still takes us to a significant amount of warming, and we're not on track with those things. So you can see this image. There's lots of different versions of this, but the Met Office is largely like a good place to look at the UK context. So what does this mean if we end up in the heating scenario? This means that in a neighborhood like Ladywood, like many inner city neighborhoods that suffer from poor built environment, lack of shading, green space, so on and so on. It means that at a 3-degree average by 2100, this will mean 5 degrees on land and 8-degree increase over the summer. We've had a taste of what 40-degree summer looks like in inner city urban neighborhoods, and in 2022, the last time we heat the bill, already saw 6,500 excess deaths of people who died from overheating. And so again, in a room like this, you don't need me to tell you that this isn't something that we're waiting for to come. We all know that the poorest and most neglected parts of our built environment, our urban neighborhoods, our communities that are most marginalized are already feeling the effects of so many of these risks. And the global south and many of the places that many of us in this room descend from and are here as a result of colonization and imperialism are already experiencing these things. And so this work is trying to be entangled in all of that and try and figure out what a route forward looks like. And also to feel confident to really be able to say, hey, like net zero plans for the UK are actually completely bonkers. So what we did was just start to look at, okay, in a neighborhood like Ladywood, much like many of the inner city neighborhoods in the UK and across Europe, what are the like top risks? And again, you'll see some of them here, from heat and drought to food shortage, flooding, climate migration, cost of living. These are not something that we're waiting for to come. As I've just said, we know that there is a whole range of realities of this that we're already facing. The presentation that I'm sharing now is just like the top level of this. The links and the document and the Medium blog that I've shared goes into all of this in a lot more detail, and also shares the research that underpins some of this, so you can go into these layers in a lot of detail. And so when we use words like meta-crisis or polycrisis, what we're also talking about is not like an apocalyptic scene where like suddenly one thing happens. That might be something that drives more serious responses. But what we're talking about in the coming years is a combination of these things playing out. And I'm sure everybody in the room can already start talking about how they see the combinations of these things already playing out. And the other caveat here is these aren't the only risks, of course, right? There's loads more, and there's lots that that people are already experiencing and that are connected. But what we sought to do is try to pull it out into a range of things that were the sort of top risks and challenges, and start to look at how to respond to those in what we're organizing. For me, particularly, I think that once, over the last probably 6 years, once you started to see some of this through the work we've done with the donor and really getting into the climate science and starting to understand the delusion at the heart of net zero, it was that thing where it was like, well, once I've seen this, how the heck can we just go on building our work and our projects and our ideas and burning through materials and all of this without like a radical rethink? So and to, in every decision, in everything we're doing, be moving towards a very different direction. That's why this has mattered so much to Civic Square and to the work that we've been trying to do, and why we wanted to work with partners who are thinking at this scale. And like I said, these slides are just like a real top slither of everything that's in the research, but to try and help to like build a story of what you will find in the research and what you can use in the research to go and build off, right? Because there might be a bit that is like, that bit really interests me and I want to go deep and I want to do a much more rigorous and thoughtful and imaginative like response to that. It doesn't seek to do all of that in every page. It's trying to like bring a lot of thinking together. So, in Birmingham by 2030, this means that we could see summers exceeding 40 degrees. This isn't just about like slightly hotter summers. We know we have the leakiest and poorest quality housing in the UK. In the winter, it is creating all sorts of challenges for people who are unable to heat their homes, with poor insulation, with damp. And in the summer, it means we're getting overheating and substantial challenges. This then also goes on to have tons of impacts around our soil quality, around agriculture, around drought, and so on and so on. So really do make sure that like deeply, that when you hear that, oh, well, slightly warmer summer in the UK would be excellent, you like reject this wholeheartedly, because the impacts across these sorts of temperature increases are really substantial across our food systems, our food baskets, our access to water, and all the things we already know of people living in poor quality housing in the inner city. Again, you don't need me to tell you guys this, but we try to underpin this with a range of different pieces of research, is that the people with the smallest carbon footprints, the least contributing in historically Black and global majority people will be most hit by the risks that are coming, and they will be hit disproportionately through, for example, extreme weather. But you could take many other risks, not just extreme weather, and you could lay this on over and over again. And we tried to show this in a few different ways, looking at like heat risk and heat vulnerability and mapping that across Ladywood. We did this through access to green and blue infrastructure, and layered this over, in official language, indices of deprivation. This language is awful, right? But just trying to like map it against different pieces of research to show what this looks like. So this is across Birmingham with zoom ins to Ladywood, and there's lots more of this. We did this again against flood risk, and against where sustainable urban drainage exists, and what you won't need me to tell you that across Ladywood there will be incredibly mixed experiences of who is most impacted by the weather particularly. Each of these we can go into lots and lots of conversation about, but I've only got time to really give an overview. So then when we come into this strategy of net zero, and this is a difficult bit, and truly everyone knows, but we wanted to try and bring it out into a way where the research and the science and the scholarship of Global South scholars could be brought together in a way to tell a really clear and succinct story. So we already know getting to 1.5 has sacrificed and will sacrifice billions of people to conflict, trauma, deadly climate environments. And we've already seen this. We've already seen this over the last few hundred years play out in many, many different ways. And as I said at the beginning, the current actual policies and commitments in the UK see us reach past 1.5 catastrophically. And it's not abstract, right? Many, not just in the way that many of us have connections to the Global South and are already experiencing it, but there's this whole play out where the people in the UK who are most experiencing what is going to happen are also experiencing it with their homelands. And it is like huge levels of complacency and inaction and delusion that sit at the heart of our current net zero strategies. And again, you won't need me to tell you this, but it's important to say that the research pulls this in to some just really clear and short messages, which is has been quite important for us, because it feels like every time you're in a room and you have to spend 2 days getting to the point, people just want to switch off. And so we were trying to pull huge reports into really, really clear narrative. And again, building on the last slide, this means that we also know that those who are experiencing the worst impacts already and were the least historical contributors to this, and largely the imperial Western rich nations were hugely over contributing. We talk about this in stolen futures, whereby many of these countries more broadly overshot and took way more of the resources and materials and so on historically, and so have the most to do. They have the most to do in terms of radically reimagining, radically decarbonizing, rethinking its relationship material and mineral use, and so on and so on. And so, but of course we're not, right? Of course that's not what we're doing. But even worse than that, we're actually leaving our economic ideas locked in to really carbon intensive systems. We are delaying the transition to renewables. We are committing to loads more high emissions, so not infrastructure. Yes, there might be a smidgen with the Labour government where that's come back a tiny bit, but we're in really deep lock-ins here. And so this idea of a lock-in is quite important, I think, to just be able to think about, which is the sort of investments we're making in now, but also the constraints of decisions we've made in the past. We've got a whole section on this. If this interests you, I'd really go into this a little bit more. But then the bit that I wanted to say about the delusion of net zero is that I'm sure many of you are engaged in all sorts of different liberation movements across the DRC, across Sudan, and are watching the horror unfold in Palestine, not just against the Palestinian people, but also the huge climate crimes that are being committed by Israel currently in the genocide. And so these ideas, these experiences that we are already seeing now, they are directly linkable to our net zero strategy and many net zero strategies in the West. So if you look at the little circle on the left, you can see that we have that's our mineral demand today, and those minerals are coming from many of the countries I just mentioned, and that's what is driving so much of the resource wars. That's what we're using today. According to our current net zero strategy by 2050, so things like solar, many of the different technological shifts we want to make, this larger circle represents metaphorically the scale of mineral demand increase. So it means we would need a 600% increase of our current mineral demand that is already unsustainable just to hit and reach those net zero targets. So this is not as simple as just saying, you know what we'll do? We'll have a straightforward transition to solar. We'll have a straightforward renewable energy transition. This is going to need to mean fundamentally reimagining our energy use, our demand on resources, the way we live, what we expect in comfort, and so on and so on. And it's a really difficult one for, I think, people who are here as a result of displacement and marginalization to think again that, you know, this constant displacement, and then once we're here, what we've now got to do is on behalf of like the challenges that created that, we've now got to also completely reimagine ourselves. But this is the reality that we're sat within. And so so a lot of this like mineral demand is driving so much of the resource wars that we can see. So essentially the current energy transition isn't viable at all. I'm going to go into the details here, but hopefully these slides give you a little bit of an idea of a baseline of research that you can build so much thinking on. And so, yeah, but carbon isn't the only thing, right? That's just like one area I've looked at here to help identify some key points, but it's important to make sure that that sits within a much broader idea of beyond carbon, that a range of different things ecologically and socially that are going to be interplaying. And so there is like a necessary conclusion that all we are at is this idea of radical reimagination is required. I just want to check in. Are you needing me to stop in? Like, okay, can I just do one more minute and then we'll stop? Yeah, okay, cool. And so when all of these things play out, you start to realize that radical reimagination really is going to be a huge critical story at the heart of this. So 2 examples to share is that we talk a lot about community-led housing, for example, and new housing, and how many millions more homes do we need to build? Well, actually, we don't even have the carbon budget to be able to build those. Currently, every brand new home we build is roughly 800 kilograms of carbon. The best, amazing, most bespoke low carbon home is 150 kilograms of carbon. And where we need to get to if we don't completely bust our carbon budget is 6.3. And so when I talk about radical reimagination, this is what we're talking about. It isn't just going to be building new houses. It is going to be movements that fight to look at what's happening with second or third houses, with landlords, with empty houses, with reimagining how we live, with intergenerational housing, thinking about what comfort looks like. At every layer, the answers are not going to be like the answers that we had in the last, or the answers we've been told over the last century. So then what we did for the rest of, and so there's loads of work here. This is where the materials work come in, but I'm going to stop in a second. So not going to talk about this, but there's a whole incredible movement of work around how we rethink our materials, for example. And then the second half of the report, which I won't go through, but basically it strategically goes into what would be a range of systemic strategies, because if we haven't got much time and we haven't got much resources, it means every move we make has to have many co-benefits. Everything we do has to deal with 5 or 10 things at the same time. And that is something that is really embodied in all of us, especially for those who have never known anything other than precarity. It's an embodied place to be imaginative with your resources. And so the second half of the report, like I said, goes into the next stage of our work with the donut, but then gives some strategies of what we would be needing to think about. And so we do this in a systematic way, looking house by house, street by street, working with artists and neighbours to imagine what that could look like, and really turn this into what could be a complete reimagination of our economy, of how we live, of how we think about housing and infrastructure, how we are thinking about what our infrastructure's purpose is, and so on and so on. So I just want to stop and say that thank you. Sorry, I've gone over quite a bit, but hopefully that should give you a bit of a zoom in to what the report does. should make us deeply understand that we are going to have to steward a transition that is substantive, structural, and systemic. No small moves are going to get us there. And that is going to need us to radically reimagine so much. And as I said at the beginning, I think the artists, the makers, the creatives, those who are here and have always known precarity and have turned it into imaginative futures in many, many different ways, are best placed to be at the forefront of this. And so our infrastructure and the things we build has to achieve a lot using very minimal resources, but at the same time needs to distribute as much agency and support and resource to as many people as possible so that this can be a transition we steward together. I hope this has been useful. I'm sorry I've gone over. Thank you so much for having me. And if you've got any questions, I'll be back in Birmingham next week.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, Imi. And yeah, welcome you all to pick up this report and dig into it more. It's a lot. I hope we're doing okay. I'm noticing we're over time, so I had a few questions, but maybe I just kind of end and summarize on this one. For those of us who are kind of in the room that have connections to Ladywood, that have connections to Birmingham, and the report goes into this in many different ways through your fundamentals, but could you just pull out a few? Like, what would be your longing for us? What is your takeaway? What do you want us to leave with here? Yeah, and let's just end on that. Bear with us 1 minute, Imi, while we do a tech transition, and then we'll call you back in. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Somebody in front of me at the cafe was listening to the talk and just gave me a high five, which is absolutely hilarious as well. But I was going to say my longing for us is to do a handful of things. First of all, don't get overwhelmed by the scale of what's in here. Actually, all of us, when we really tap into what we know, what we're imagining, what futures we're yearning for, there's a whole range of things. Maybe you're in the sciences and you're in tech, and some of those layers will appeal to you. Maybe you're working directly with the land, and perhaps you are fighting to bring empty homes back into equitable and just use. So don't start with the head. Go right into the heart. Look at where your heart is pulling you, the work you're doing, and in that small part, start to challenge yourself and those around you as to how much of what we're doing is really commensurate with the scale of the challenge, or how much are we trying to kid ourselves to cope? Because I think honesty is the first layer for us to work through this. So there is work across the arts, across imagination, across biodiversity, across empty houses, across utilizing small pieces of land, across technology. It is going to need all of us in every way, but it's also going to need all of us in every way in radical solidarity. The ways in which the city and the systems and finance and funding has driven us apart, driven us into conflicts, driven us into all sorts of things is going to be fatal, is going to be fatal to us. So we're also going to have to dig really deep into a new way of relating with one another as people, with the land, with the materials we use. And there's a brilliant article by Maurice Mitchell, because we don't really have the organizational structures. We're sitting within somebody else's imagination. We're sitting within what company's house says you need to set something up. And so the work that we do also needs a real deep transformation of how we relate with one another. And the article by Maurice Mitchell really talks about this beautifully well. And I would recommend, I'm sure Mara and Mariam can share that. So where to start is to go into those 6 neighborhood fundamentals. They're not all of them, there could be more. And listen to where your soul is at, listen to where your skills are at, and start to build radical solidarity across the ecosystem. even potentially across people where it doesn't necessarily feel natural, because it really is going to need all of us. It's going to need us to move out of that delusion and into an honest space, and from there comes an ability to imagine really, really boldly. And obviously, my deep gratitude to you all, but particularly to Amara and MAIA and Abuelos, is the ability to travel together and to journey together, and the radical solidarity and relationality that's taken. I do think that that is deeply at the heart. Reimagining our relationships to one another, the land and the materials we use, will be at the heart of this transition. I think we, especially in Birmingham, have got everything we need. We are here as a product of those stories of imperialism. And we have the imaginaries, we have the solidarities, we have the movements, the skills, the resources, the wisdoms. We need to come together, though, and do generationally radical work. And that means both opposing extractive imperial systems and proposing imaginative, beautiful ones. And most importantly, rolling our sleeves up and actually demonstrating them in practice, not just talking about them. But yeah, I'll happy to go into some of those other fundamentals in another workshop or something like that. But I'm grateful that, as always, I always go over time. I'm so sorry. I'm sure Amara's laughing somewhere. Very grateful for you putting up with that.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that was a really beautiful end. And to quote Imi back, we have what we need. I'm going to stop here because we're running over time and we all want to be fed and we want to have our lunch. Thank you for sitting through this. Thank you for journeying with us. We have lunch out here. I think it's curry and rice. I'm not quite sure, but the Signing Tree catering is always delicious. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock for Resituating Cultural Infrastructures talk. And in the workshop space, we'll have the Disordinary Architecture Project, thinking about disability justice in relation to architecture, way beyond kind of mobility standards that is usually thought about. So thank you, enjoy your food, and we'll see you back very soon.
okay, that's for me. But then I went, I just like left university and went, oh my God, I cannot do that. And went straight into sort of community work. Most of my friends now are in like top positions in finance. And I can see the journey they've taken from I just went to an event and I just how are you? And it was almost like I'd asked him a very like personal question. And it's like, I remember you being like an artist and and it was just very much about sort of, what the next house is going to be. And it was fascinating, but the system, it sculptures
or no belly full. Don't know how you're going to do that, Jacqueline. Belly full. Thank you so much for being with us. This is the last conversation that we're going to have this afternoon. And I'm really hoping that this day is just the start of the momentum, right, that we've got in terms of how do we actually make this real, and not just thinking about Abuelos, right? I know there's so many things that are cooking, building, growing that is in the room with us right now. So I'm really hoping and longing for this to be some momentum for all of us. I'm actually really, really blessed to be here with my brother. I call him the Prince of Peckham, because also there wasn't a person that I met once upon a time. If you said Southwark, this man's name would come up. If you said Peckham, this man's name would come up. And it's been a pleasure just to be in your proximity over the last couple of years. And interestingly, because you just reminded me of Yinka Damol, who is a mutual friend. Some of us know Yinka in the room. I'm holding Yinka responsible because I had a dream of this space called Abuelos in 2015. And in 2016, it kept staying on my mind. And I spoke to my friend Yinka, and I was like, this is a silly idea, and it's not really a thing. And Yinka is the person who said, no, it's a thing, let's go and make it happen. And I'm so glad this is being recorded, because Yinka, I'm holding you liable. I'm holding you responsible, but also I'm permanently grateful for that affirmation that this was possible, and that you connected me with people like Nicholas here who are also showing me that it's possible. And so I'm really grateful to be here with you, because this work for a really long time was speculative. It was something that we wanted to be a part of building. It was something that we were dreaming. It was something that we were visioning. And it's shifting to becoming really tangible. And we draw on precedents. There are so many precedents around us. But when we think about precedents, what you've built with Pen People is one of those real anchor. I don't even want to call it an organization. It's more than that, but it's an anchor sort of orientation for us. And so inviting you here today to just come and reason with us. And I wonder if you can start this kind of conversation with, how do you define the work that you do at this time?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name's Nicholas Okrulu. I run two organisations. One of them's called Pen People, and that stands for People Empowering People. And that's really about, and just to give you a bit of background around that before I talk about the second company, I live in Peckham, as Maria said, and it's quite a deprived area. It's in the top 20% most deprived wards. But it doesn't mean that we're incapable of doing anything. And I think that was the impression that we got from councils, from people who are funding projects. It's deprived, nothing can be done. Unfortunately, I also took on that mindset as well, that I lived in a poor estate and nothing can be done. But when I looked at the creativity, so for example, I used to run a bike project. It was because people wanted to cycle. They'd come to my house because, I used to cycle a lot, so they'd come and ask for a pump, and I'd give them a pump, and then they find out they got a puncture. And for me, it wasn't about doing it for them, it was about showing them how to do it. And that came about because I grew up in Nigeria, and when I went back to Nigeria at 12, there were no puncture kits. So I had to learn how to go into the forest to find a seed and actually take the resin from the seed to actually use as vulcanizing gum to actually fix my puncture. So, when I came back here and I was living on a deprived estate, I never lived on an estate before until I came back from Nigeria. And I realized the vast amount of talent that was local. So I set up a bike project. From the bike project, I got a contract to do another it was a small contract, but then I got a second contract in another borough. And it kind of started growing from there. But then I started thinking, I want to do this and to do that. And also, I'm going to be honest, I'm very lazy. I got a very active mind, but my fingers are very lazy. Hence the reason Pen People. people empowering people. I empower you, you go and do the job. In a way, it is true because, you know, I think part of also the other part of the missing story was that when I came back, I also worked in the pharmaceutical industry. So I used to work as a clinical sales manager, doing contracts to the NHS and to various hospitals. So I kind of learned how to talk to people in very senior figures from, you know, chief pharmacist, financial director, and it was always about, I want money, I want your money, I want your money. And I think from doing that, when I left that, that's when I actually started Pen People. And what that enabled me to do was to go to the council and go, I want some money. And they will say, no. And my next question is, why not? And they'll say, I don't know. And they'll go and talk to their manager. And that's how it worked in the hospital. You go to the nurse, the matron, you say, can you buy my product? She says, no, you need to speak to the chief pharmacist. You go to the chief pharmacist, and it goes round. And I mean, what I'm telling you will kind of give you an understanding of how I've got to where I am now. So, you know, with that, you know, I just kept pushing and pushing, and I realized that we've got so many talented people, and it wasn't about me, it was about other people that lived on the estate. And also one thing that I learned about working in the pharmaceutical industry was that it was always, as much as you were spending money, it was also about saving money. So, you know, you spend money on this, you remedy that situation. And for me, coming into the community sector was about understanding that there's a problem in our community and how do we address it. It's not about people who live outside the area coming and address it, it's about people who live locally. And I think I'm quite stubborn, so it was almost like saying I'm saying stubborn as opposed to focused. I don't think I'm focused, I just think that if I want something, I'm just stubborn and I'm going to get there. So I think, you know, just from working with different people, you know, even when I set up my bike project, which I set up in another borough, you know, I can fix bikes. But what I did, I went into a community that I used to live in. I knew it pretty well, and I started asking other people, do you know anybody that wants to fix bikes? 7 people turned up. And those 7 people that turned up, what I then did, because I think looking at the community landscape, everybody wants to run a bike project. Everybody wants to say, yo, guess what, I got my bike fixed. But nobody really talks about the legacy. And if you notice, when I'm always talking, it's not about today, it's not about tomorrow, it's about 10 years, 15 years from now, where are we going to be? So, you know, when the 8 people turned up, I got them accredited with the City and Guilds. And even my borough hasn't even done that till today. And I can tell you this, I use it very well. I always tell the council, oh, I trained 8 people. And they're City and Guilds accredited people, because nobody in the council's ever been able to challenge me on that. And my argument is, with the little money that I've got and the massive budget you got, why can't you do it? So, you know, you guys, sometimes it's about thinking outside the box. So, I'm going to say this, mistakenly, I was asked to put in a bid for the BMX track. I don't know if anybody knows the BMX track in Burgess Park, London. I was asked to put in a bid for, no, I wasn't asked. A guy called CK Flash was asked to put in a bid for it, and he put a bid and said, since you run a small bike project, can you support us? And I said, yes. Unknowingly, I ended up with the contract. So again, you know, lucky enough I got that. We worked with people, we did more stuff. And I thought, oh, I'm beginning to enjoy this. But as much as I like cycling wasn't really my big thing. And to be honest, I think even till today, I still don't know what my big thing is, apart from bringing people together and watching them achieve what they can do. Or, you know, just opening the doors in terms of where they can go. So I talk a lot for a lot of people in terms of this person can do this. So even, and I'll give you an example, even yesterday, was it yesterday or day before yesterday? I had somebody come in, and he actually runs a business, printing T-shirts. I mean, he does some, actually did this one for me as well. So he, you know, but he's a private organization. I run a community organization and a private organization, and I decided to help him to actually do the grant. And when I say help him, well, I didn't help him. I sat next to him. while he was doing his expression of interest. But the question is, sometimes it's not about the doing, it's about the supporting. And that's what we are there for. It's not about, and I actually fall out with people because I think people expect me to do stuff for them. Nah, not Nicholas. You're going to do it by yourself, and you're going to learn by yourself. I will assist you where you need help, but I'm not just going to give it to you, because my thing is, if I'm not there next time, you're not going to be able to do it. And I need you to understand it. And, you know, just going back to this story, you know, he sat there and he was nervous, you know, talking to the moderator about applying for this grant. And I just sat there, like, yeah, go on. If you sink, you sink. If you swim, you swim. That's my philosophy. But he got through it. And, you know, I did interject in the interview every now and again to say, look, we're going to help him to do this, this, and this. And, you know, by the time we finished the interview, I called him in the evening. I said, how do you think it went? He went, you know what, Nicholas, I'm really glad you did it that way, because now I can go to other interviews and I can do it myself and I can feel a bit more confident than what I did. Because I think we need to understand that sometimes people need guidance. But, you know, that's just an example of what we've been doing. And over the years, what we've been doing is supporting people to do stuff, to, you know, do projects. You know, a couple of years ago, I decided that access to the design festival in Southwark wasn't really for everybody. And I wanted to, you know, upset the equilibrium like I do. You know, and I was invited to decide if I wanted to be part of it, which I said yes. And I think for me, what was really great about, you know, becoming a co-founder for a design district in Southwark is seeing the vast amount of talents and then just letting them run wild. And we did it. And guess what? We had 100 artists in one big massive space, curated by 21, 22-year-olds who've never done anything like that. And I think that's what I've just always been doing, just been supporting people, getting people to do stuff. And I think when it came to time for us to put up the building, it became a lot easier because people understood what we did. It wasn't about, oh, Nicholas wants to do this and he's going to do it. You know, it was about how do we get people in the local community. And I think what's also important, and going back to my previous job as a, you know, as a medical sales rep or a clinical sales rep, was that I always had to read policies. I hate reading, but, you know, if you give me a policy, I like to read it. And I'm like, so I think I have
never heard someone say that before. I hate reading, but I love reading policy.
Yeah, listen,
one of a kind.
I'm actually been buying books for the last couple of years that I want to read when I retire, because I don't like reading them now. And I've got a funny feeling I'm going to start reading it when I'm retired and no one wants to talk to me anymore. But, you know, and going back, I think even, and I think I was saying to Julian earlier when I looked at the booklet that you guys are giving out. And it's funny because one of the things that I'm telling local people at the moment is that everything's about climate change, and that we need to start understanding it. And even if you don't want to put it in your project, even if you want to open a can of baked beans, you've got to look at the impact that it has on the environment. And it's about how do we get local people to start understanding that? How do we get them to start being involved? So, you know, as Amelia said, you know, we've actually put up a building. You know, and it's really about getting people to do the stuff in there. You know, I'm a bit tired because we've just had some undergraduates who have just finished doing their first show, which has been really, really brilliant because, you know, someone in the community think, oh, they're graduates, they know what to do. We've kind of put them in there and they don't. But what is really good is to see the beginning of that journey and to see where they're going to be in 10, 15 years' time. You know, I've also, and you know, just to give an example, I've got another young lady who I started working with 15 years ago, and she was 15 at the time, and you know, her mum sent her to come and volunteer with me, and I said, "What else? What do you like doing?" She goes, "I like singing." I'm like, "Good. What else?" "Oh, I like performing." I'm like, "Okay, you're doing an event in a month's time." I don't actually ask. Sometimes I don't ask people what they want to do. I will listen. And then I'll be like, okay, I think that's your strong point, that's your strong point, that's your strong point, and I'll get you to do it. Even if it means me taking you out of your comfort zone. And we've done it numerous times and it's worked. So even if you look at my second company, which is Lives the Exchange, you know, when I look at the description of the organisation, it's about getting people to reach their best potential And it's not about doing it for them. It's about helping them to navigate through the various different challenges that come along. Sorry, I can go on for ages. So
And I'm going to encourage you as well. That's the thing. And I'm like, okay, we have to leave it too. Right. So there's almost 1,000 things that I want to ask you, but to say, like, one of the reasons that we look at your work as like real precedence for us is, in the first instance, I'm a hustler. And a lot of us, you know, we come from like really, non-traditional kind of like pathways into building the kinds of spaces, into doing the kinds of work that we do. And I mean this with all the love. There's this kind of like, more like fugitive, hustler, grafter way that I saw you working, in a way that I deeply remember. I know, like, intuitively, I'm like, it feels so close to me. And it doesn't look neat. It doesn't look like sterile. It doesn't look like, you know, the way that like a training ground might encourage. Like, you know, there is no leadership program, for example, where they're like, oh yeah, you could do it like Nicholas. There's something that is so relational in the way in which you work. And that was one of the reasons, but also witnessing you take this kind of like prototype approach to building space, that it's not a case of we're going to go and build the thing and then ta-da, everyone, and then make the invitation to come. There's an iterative building that you bring people into from the very beginning, and then there is a very, very clear, this is the prototype to the next thing. And I wonder if you could talk a bit more to that.
It's funny because just to give you guys an example, you know, we talk 65 abandoned garages all in one block, and we converted it into a space that local people can use. That's actually my preference. What I've got now is a nice cross-laminated building made out of timber that looks really, really nice. I'm not going to say on camera that I don't like it, but it's just one of those things. And I think if you live in a deprived community, sometimes you don't expect everything to last. Whether you want it to or not, it doesn't last. It's not because of the people that actually live there. Sometimes it's students, hint, hint, camera. And for me, it's always been about creating accessibility. If something's too sterile, people don't want to go in, especially people from deprived areas. They don't want to go in because it's almost like saying, if you don't do things this way, you can't stay in there. And I think I always want to create spaces that people enjoy. So, you know, and just to give you an example, you know, we've got a brand new building made out of wood, looks really, really nice, and I get people banging nails in there. And the reason why I get people banging nails in the wall when they're doing exhibitions is to give them ownership of the building, so that in 10 years' time they can walk past and they can go, you know what, I did an artwork in there. And maybe they might turn in and say, Nicholas told us to put a nail in, and I used the 9-inch screw, and he told me off. But they will always remember that story. And I think for me, that's what it's about. It's about people having ownership. I'm not going to name the building in London, but I went to a particular building and I noticed that aesthetically the building had aged, but you couldn't see a trace of the local community in that building. And for me, I like our building because it's not mine. The council refers to it as mine. The community said Nicholas built a building. The council always say that's Nicholas's building. And sometimes I feel like they do that just to cause a bit of trouble, because it's almost like saying, oh, we gave Nicholas £4 or £5 million to put up a building. These are not Balenciagas. Yeah? So, you know, and I think that's what's really important, because I think I want people to be able to do things. I don't want people to feel, you know, there's different groups of people. So, you know, for example, like the students that we worked with yesterday, they wanted everything to be pristine. But then you get local people in the community who just want the place as it is. You know, somebody mentioned it yesterday. It's not, you know, there's just nothing about it. It's just a building. If you want to come and do an exhibition, you can do an exhibition. If you want to run dance classes, you can run dance classes. And I think for me, it's about how do we make it open to everybody, and understanding that there's different kinds of people. And if you know where we, you know, in Southwark, it's going through a lot of regeneration. So a lot of the people around there now are new people who've come in who want things a particular way. And I think a lot of the indigenous people who've always lived there don't feel like anything is for them anymore. And and as much as we've created this building, it's not for me to go out there and say, come and join us and do this. It's about them being able to come in and go, okay, I can work with this, if that makes sense. So, and that's what it's about. I think, I'm not into management. So, like you said, there's not going to be a course like I'll come and do it like how Nicola's done it. And I think what you said is really, really important. I got to say that even though I worked in the pharmaceutical industry, I don't actually have a degree. And the thing is, what I'm going to say to you is don't let anything stop you. The reason why I worked in the pharmaceutical, I used to be a DJ and I used to sell records, and I had a girlfriend at one particular point, and actually she's from up here. She was from Wolverhampton, and I think what had happened was I was a DJ selling records, and we were going on a date. I was broke, and I had records in the back of my car. So I ran to a record shop, I sold them, we went on the date, and she was like, you know what, my brother works for a pharmaceutical company. And it's funny actually, because I'm gonna say something now which kind of relates then. I'm in my 50s, and I don't know if, sorry, I'm just looking around the room, I don't think anybody's old enough. But there was a thing called equal opportunities, and I was on that. But it still took me 2 years to get the job that I wanted, even though there was equal opportunities. So the thing is, sometimes there's things like grants and stuff that are available. It doesn't mean that it's for you. Or it could be for you, but you need to still fight for it. And I think, for me, having come back and grown up on a council estate and actually understand, and then going into the corporate sector, even though it was like selling pharmaceuticals, it was about bringing all of those things together. And I think as communities and people who are working on the other side, from whether it's civil service, understand that we're used to work in a particular way. I like to get what I want, so if I have to blend everything, I will blend it. If I have to work with people, I will work with people. And I think that's how we got here, because I think sometimes, if you're an innovator, sometimes you want things a particular way. I've been lucky that I wanted to build something for the community, but as much as we were building it for the community, I wasn't just going to go, we built it and now I can take it back. It was about how do we build something for the community that they can always use and, carry on doing what they're doing. So for me, Lives the Exchange is really about local people taking things and having that ownership and keeping that ownership within them, because as me and Ashley were saying earlier, I think she was saying something to me and she used a particular word. I was like, oh, because she was talking about, was it? No, it wasn't restructure. What was it? Sorry? Strategy. I heard STR and I thought structuring. And I was going to say, ooh. And I think this is something that we've all got to understand. When we work with civic organizations, there's always a change. And we've got to learn to adapt to that. And that's why it's always, and I'm going to say this for anybody who works in community, even if you hate it, read the damn policies. Read it. It's really, really important, because if you don't, you can't plan forward. I don't like planning forward, and I think by reading policies, it's made it a lot easier to understand where the council wants to go, where the mayor wants to go, where local government wants to go, so you can plan with them. And I enjoy Livesey because I think it's a project that we've created that aligns with policy, and in a way, even if they want it back, it's actually hard for them to take it back, because we're actually doing what they want. It's just that we've just taken it from them and said, we're going to do it ourselves,
There's also something about, the way in which you work that also doesn't you also don't bend, you also don't have this there's a deep integrity in what you do, which is why I've learned to call you the Prince of Peckham, because how people relate to you is through that connection around integrity and knowing no, Nicholas, don't just say yes to this, or, you don't take money from anywhere. You don't have this relationship with anyone. And there's been a real, navigation. And I wonder if you can talk to that. Like, how do you hold on to the integrity and also acknowledge what is happening?
I think in terms of not taking money from everyone, it's not a choice. I think the reason why I don't take money from everyone is because you don't know how they're using your information. And I think, if you look at, Old Kent Road, Southwark, for example, at this moment in time, we've got a lot of developers. And, they'll come along and they'll go, here's £5,000, here's £10,000. If you're going to give me £10,000, show me the newsletter that you send out to your shareholders. That's where my integrity comes from. Also, I don't like having my back up against the wall. That's the honest truth. So guess what? If your money's not really clean, I'm not really interested. I like talking. I don't like arguing. And the fact is, one thing I don't like is having my back up against the wall where you've given me something and I'm having to defend it. I'd rather not take it. And I think, as my organisation's called People Empowering People, if you give me money, all it's going to do is just speed up the process. Doesn't make it any better. Because it's the people that are working with us that actually make it better, not the money. The money helps, but, and also, when you take money, there's always something that comes back. And I think that's where it is. So if you're going to take money and it's not clean, just be ready. And I think that's me. If I'm going to take money because I really need it, and it's not clean, well, I wouldn't say not clean, but, if it comes with difficulties like monetary reports, evaluation reports, no, I'm only joking. But you see, that's something else that I've learned. So, for example, even when we put in applications now, I'm already finding people who can do the administrative part of it, and I'm telling them that's something that you can learn from. So the more and more grants that come along, the more and more opportunities that you will get to do evaluations. Because I've realized in communities, we like to deliver the projects, we don't like doing the follow-up reports. So for me, I've learned how to get someone to, to do the follow-up report. On that note, one thing I must say today is, everybody keeps saying that Nicholas has put up a building, Pen People have put up a building, Lives the Exchange has put up a building. The question is, when you have integrity, you also have, sometimes you can be a bit angry when you don't like when people say things to you. And I think because of this, I've been quite lucky that I've got a really good project manager. Her name's Wendy Cummins. And, I've got to be grateful because I don't think Nicholas Okwulu, who being myself actually put up the building, it was her. Because she does all the project management work. 1, 2. I'm going to say this to any guy that's in here and any guy that's watching, always get a woman to work for you or work with you. Because as a man, we can't finish anything. That's the honest truth. And sometimes as men, we've got to drop the ego. And I think, Wendy and I, we've got a very good relationship, and I think if it wasn't for her, the building wouldn't have been completed because I find working with council and funders quite frustrating. Being a former salesman, I'm used to the word no. What I don't like is I don't like the silly little idiotic excuse, oh, this, that, and not interested. Sometimes if I've gone to ask you, did I get the grant? As soon as you said, I've already gone, not interested, because I'm on to the next thing. Wendy's quite good. She will sit down, she'll listen, then she'll come back and go, oh, Nicholas, this is what they said. And I think that's something as men that we're not all good at doing. So, women, if you see a man who's got great potential, give him that little push. We all need it. Unfortunately, we won't ask for it. But if you see potential, and I think, again, this is the whole point about collaboration, which is really, really important. It's about how do you work with people and how do you make things happen and how do you find people that align with what you want to do? Because I might have had the energy to push to go, I'm going to talk to the council, we're going to get some money. But, she's also been a real powerhouse in terms of actually making it happen. I'm not going to sit here and pretend, oh, I put up a building and this is what I did. Because in all honesty, my architect, my contractor, I don't talk to them. I'm in a meeting, but I don't actually talk to them. everything goes through her. You know, they keep saying they want to talk to me, and I'm like, you don't need to talk to me. Talk to my project manager. And, you know, I think she would also say that she's also learned a lot being on this journey. And I think this is what's important about how do we get more and more people from within the community understanding things, understanding different things, and actually making those things work. I think you can't just go in as one individual, you know, go to a monolith like a council and say, we want to do this, or go to a fund and say, oh, we want to put up a community building. You know, I want to write an application at the moment. I think I'm going to enjoy writing it because I can say, we're working with this organisation, this individual, this person, this person, this person. And I think my integrity comes in terms of who I work with, why I work with them. But it's not just me, it's everybody, it's all of us coming together. And also it's about me protecting them and them protecting me as well. And I think that's where the integrity comes from. I'm not the kind of person, sorry, I'm going to stop on this note. I'm not the kind of person that would, you know, take people forward and things go wrong. It's like, oh, he did it. I just take the responsibility and go, okay, fine. I might cut the person out afterwards, but yeah. But, you know, it's about all of us going on that journey, all of us knowing who's captain. And also when I say about all of us knowing who's captain, it's also about understanding that, you know what, when your captaincy is finished, let someone else take over. Let them take it forward. You know, like I said, I'm in my 50s now, and I think it's almost time to kind of like start saying, you know what, it's time. It's not about handing the baton over, it's about now leaving the baton and letting people take it and move on.
As you said something earlier, also first of all, hold tight, Wendy. But you said something earlier about the people who come through and they put the screws in the wall. And nails, sorry.
Nails.
Even if they pick up the screw,
Yeah.
nails. But this, we were watching Tomorrow Was Built Today, which is a film about the self-build project in Lewisham in the 90s. And a lot of them was talking about the very practical, the fact that they knew where every nail and screw and bit of wood that sticks out, everything that goes wrong, the fact that they know that creates such an intimacy, not just with the space, but with each other, that exactly. we made this thing. And I keep thinking about what it is in terms of, it's always more than the space, right? We know this is always more, the building is the shell. The building is the thing, it's us, it's our relationship, it's who we are that creates that meaning, and that we find meaning with the very materiality, and we find the life in all of it, but we also like honor and revere that. And so I'm also thinking about that very pragmatic, this cultural shift that is about how do we actually recognize the life in all things and the life within each other and give that space. I'm really curious. We also had a panel earlier this morning with a few incredible people, and Dr. Pat Naxola was talking about the kind of the role of creative practice as like soul work. And so even when I've been in them garages, and I saw what felt like a very palpable. It's the soul work, it's the energy of the people, it's the possibility that we create together. And I'm really interested in your take on creative practice and the role of culture in this time and how we give space to that.
I'm going to say something. I put up a building, and I think when I look at the funding aspect, there was no culture in it. And I think even when I look at the garages and a lot of the things that we've been funded to do, there's never really been culture in there. I think what's happened is people have brought their cultures into the spaces. And I think we as a community need to start shifting that cultural strategy forward, because everybody's talking about creative. Everything's creative. And when you look at creativity, I don't see, well, maybe my definition might be, I don't see that much culture in there, if that kind of makes sense, because it becomes uniform. So even like with our spaces, from a cultural perspective, and I remember in the garages, we had somebody who, unfortunately somebody passed away, and we wanted to do a 9-night. Now, from a creative aspect, anything creative finishes at 10 o'clock at night. The council were happy with that. We wanted to do a 9-night. Oh, Lord of mercy. I had to beg. Because everybody in the council knew what I do. They were like, oh, Nicholas got this garages and it's all this creative stuff and it's really good. There's exhibitions, but when it comes to culture, it's not in there. We couldn't even do a 9 night. And I was like, wow. And I was like, okay, it's gonna happen. But the thing is, it wasn't about me going to the council and arguing that we had to push this cultural agenda. It was about doing it bit by bit, just step by step. So we did it and we finished at 12:30. People complained and I had to tell them, look, it's a council building. So if we're going to fight for more of a cultural strategy, we all have to get together and start pushing. And, I would like to say to you, if you can, just keep pushing that cultural agenda. I started off on a creative agenda, and I want to more or less feed that cultural aspect into it more and more and more. We've got lots of people from different areas, whether it's, Latin America, whether it's Africa, whether it's the Caribbeans, and all of these things kind of make up the local area, and we've all got to keep pushing it. And yeah, there are different cultural strategies that we can implement depending on what country you come from, but we've got to, no, correction, I'm not going to say that actually. It's not about, we shouldn't unify it, because I think when you look at creativity, it's about unifying, making it, single-minded. And I think culture, comes from all kinds of walks of life. And I think my culture's played a, quite a factor. And even Wendy, who's Caribbean, her culture's brought in what it's brought. So, you've got an African, you've got a Nigerian, and a Caribbean person. We all know that we all used to fight in the past. But the question is, we've all come together. And that's because we're here in this country. And I think, from a cultural perspective, and I was saying to somebody earlier, sorry, I've got lots of stories that go in my head, so if I drift off, it always comes back at some point. But I think for me, what's also really important culturally is, as someone who grew up in Nigeria, I'm culturally aware of who I am. But the thing is, we've now got children from different countries, different places, who are now becoming British. And they've got their own culture. And the fact is, we need to start creating spaces where they can feel comfortable. Not just today, not tomorrow, 10 years, 20 years from now. I was saying to somebody earlier today, my daughter's 31, sorry. And I only took her to Nigeria a couple of times, and I've said, I'm going to take her back. She's actually a grants officer for a company that I don't really like, but hey-ho. But, and the thing is, I look at her, she's she's part Caribbean, part Nigerian. That's another culture in itself. And the fact is, if she meets anybody else, that's another culture. So in a way, what is culture? And I think sometimes, because people can't really define it, you can't put it in a box. And I think it's about us who can straddle that cultural and creative side to kind of empower it more and keep pushing it and pushing it.
This is really making me think about the people who are finding the kind of cultural work within. I'm also thinking earlier when you're talking about Wendy and people who have the skills that are also complementary to what you bring. So I'm sitting here thinking about the radical administration work, the radical governance work, the radical legal work, the people who are trying to move things beyond compliance, the people who are trying to move things beyond statutory. I'm thinking about...
that's really, really important, because like I said, we would not have a building if it was not for Wendy. If I tell you, to be honest, I'll write an email, you'll get one sentence. Wendy will write an email, you'll have a whole page, and she'll break it down. You're not even going to ask any questions. Like, people will talk to me, and I'm like, oh, you got to deal with Wendy now, because she will do it thoroughly. And the fact is, as we were talking earlier, it's not about me saying, oh, this is how I want to do it. We've got to tie everything in with what the funder wants, what the council wants, what the strategy is going to be in the future. And the fact is, if we can't do that and we can't keep in line with what they're doing, our projects are not going to be sustainable. And that's the one thing about what I believe in. How do we make it sustainable and long-lasting? Livesey's not about, oh, Nicholas, a black man, put up a building. It's about saying this is a man that knows his community and has created something for them. It's not for me, it's for the whole community. It's for all of us. You know, and as you're saying, you know, you look at it and you say, yeah, this is brilliant, it can be done. And I think for me, that's the most important thing, that it can be done. It's about changing the dynamics and working with people that make things happen.
Yes. I'm saying this also as a person who used to hate evaluation and the monitoring reports, and have found a way to also see that as part of a new kind of culture making, right? And that evaluation can also be storytelling. And so being here with people like Collab Dudley, just bringing you up for a second, Lorna, who are both really thinking about what is a 100-year cultural strategy in a place in which we're told so many deficit stories. We're told so many stories of what doesn't exist. And here is a group of people, a growing community, who are thinking 100 years, you know, about the role of culture. I'm thinking about the soul work that goes into the governance that makes something like a Stour Trust possible, and all of the ways that we think about space making. I'm thinking about, I'm just baiting people out in the room now, you know, Jazz Morrison's work, and we were really honored to work with Jazz as an associate artist. Was that last year? This year? Damn, 2024 has been full. March this year, you were there. Come on now. It takes a village. But really thinking about as you're talking about the shifting cultures and people who are finding belonging here now in a new kind of way that hasn't been experienced by previous generations. We're in this moment of massive shift, and also a massive coming together of so many different perspectives, of energies, of skill sets, of labor, of recognition. And all of this feels like a demonstration of a new kind of culture that is rooted in the soul. You know, what Pat was talking about earlier, this is soul work. So in that context, as a final question to you, what is it that you're longing for in this time? If you can really like just ground in yourself, what is it that Nicholas is longing for?
Do you know what? I ask myself that question quite a lot. And I think the honest truth is I really don't know. But I think if I was to long for something, and I think I'm actually getting to the point where, you know, phone's going to stop ringing, people are going to start asking for me. And I think it would just be to be able to look around and see the legacy. Not just my legacy, but the legacy collaboratively of everybody coming together, people smiling, doing things. I think that's what will make me happy, because I'll keep going back to Old Kent Road. It's going through a lot of regeneration. And, you know, I look at the industrial area where there was all this change. People didn't like it. And I think with us having that knowledge of what happened in the past, we can actually sit and structure the future in a much better way.
Drops mic. I'm wondering if we've got time for a question or two in the room before folks gather back. I just wonder if there's any questions or thoughts that are live in the room, so I can hear your beautiful voices, hear your beautiful faces. I'm gonna leave it like that as well. Any thoughts or questions, or also longings?
Was I that bad? I'm only joking.
I'm going to really annoy Ed. I'm sorry.
Okay, so my question's a bit open-ended, but whenever, like, this has been very, like, just the whole week has been very, like, important and necessary. So I suppose if you could have like a call to action to give us to when we walk away from here, like what can we go and do as a immediate like response to what's kind of taking place here? So it's not a thing of where we're kind of just waiting for the next event or the next thing that you want to do. Basically, how can we take initiative now?
Do you know what? It's funny actually, because I think that's another reason why I kind of came up here to see Amira as well, because I think there's a lot of similarities that's happening in different areas. And I think one of the things I was going to say to Amira after this meeting, after our talk today, is how do we have a cultural exchange? London, Birmingham, Birmingham, London. It's not about setting lots and lots of perimeters. It's just about letting everybody be in a room and finding their own way, creating their own collaborations. And I think it's just about me and Amira just sitting and saying, okay, we're facilitators. When can we do it? Should I say when in 2025 can it be done? You know, I like to set dates. I've got no plan. I'll just set a date and I'll say, guess what? We'll bring 20 artists up. You bring 20 artists down. We've got a space, you know, you guys are quite welcome. You know, everything happens in its own time. I always say that to people. Sometimes it's not about rushing. Do what you're doing, you know, let's all stay in contact and let's just plan something, put it in the diary, and then guess what? Maybe 10 years from now, we'll be celebrating 10 years. And that's how it starts. I think sometimes if you over-plan things, they don't work. So, you know, let's just put a date in the diary, and then let's just have a cultural exchange. London, Birmingham, Birmingham, London.
Well, that's that. And also that's making me think, so if anybody knows any like coach companies or anything like that, you got big bosses or something, because I can't deal with this train line. I don't know about you guys, it's stressing us out. And if we bring like a little squad down there, I don't want to rely on. So yeah, anybody know any bus companies or coaches, let us know. But thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, even if you guys just want to come, I think for us, you know, I think for me, it's funny because sometimes when you look at civic institutions, they're very good at saying, oh, that's your community, that's your community. There's no distinction between any community. And, you know, if anybody wants to come down to our space, and I'll actually put this out now. As an artist, if you guys want to come down to London and you want to use our space to host something, you're welcome. I'll just build a mirror. Only joking. No, but on a serious note, because I think for me, I like different people coming together and doing things, and we can all learn off each other. Speak to a mirror, say, look, can we do a collaboration? And, you know, if you guys can bring 10 or so artists or 10 people who do 10 different things, we're happy to welcome you, because we're going to learn from you and you guys are going to learn from us. You know, I don't really do planning, and to be honest, I've just spent a whole week just throwing away paperwork of ideas that I've been writing. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and I'm thinking I haven't done one of them. But the ones that have just popped into my head, they're all done. So, you know, speak to Amira. If you guys can get 10 people, whether it's artists, if it's a talk, you know, even if it's a talk like this, you know, what's happening in Birmingham, what's happening in London, and let's look at our different ways. How do artists also portray that? I'm happy for us to sit down and do something.
Done. I know Jazz has already got about 12 artists in their mind. That's what's funny. I just want to thank you so much, Nicholas, for this conversation, and also that invitation to come down. It's been a blessing to be in your orbit for now these past few years. We've come to the end of the day. I'm feeling all the things, but I'm also really holding like a hunger for momentum and a what next. We are going to put some stuff out about what's next, because we really do want to keep this momentum alive. But also I'm really conscious that we haven't had like loads of conversation, and I know there's so much stuff that is cooking and brewing in this space. So I also want to extend an invitation. We're at Yards, which is a little house that we have around the corner from here, and we'll send some follow-up stuff about that after this event. But we want to organise with our people. We want to know who's doing what. I know that with Steve and some people who are working with Polar Bear earlier have already contributed some things. I have no doubt Disordinary Architecture Space has contributed some things. We're really blessed that Imagine If have helped us play earlier today. So I just want to like hold the momentum and like apply it with something. So if you've got thoughts, questions, things that you want to do, ideas, longings, yearnings, please let us know, because it takes that energy to keep us all going. And I really believe in interdependence and solidarity that way. I'm going to give a few thank yous and a massive apology, because Jacqueline is still here holding down the fort on her own. And I said, oh, she could go in 20 minutes. And that came and went. I'm so sorry, Jacqueline. I'm so sorry. I'm just going to give a massive thank you again to every single person who has made today possible, but also all the people who have made up until this point possible. So a massive ancestral gratitude to all of our most loving ancestors. I want to give a massive thank you to Jazz, who has also helped us document today. Massive thank you, Jazz. Jazz has been with us all week and has been an incredible collaborator. Thank you so much. I want to give a massive thank you, I'm sorry to do this, Bay, Courtney, who has also been helping us document the whole week, and in particular today. Again, another massive thank you to Ed and Paul, who have been helping us keep this thing alive, to Hersey, to Maddie. Hi, Daya. Yeah. To Cara, to Kyle, Ajay, is Ajay, to Grace, Miles, to everyone who has made this possible, all the people who I haven't named because I'm too in my feels in this very moment. Thank you so much. Please keep in touch, and y'all ain't gotta go home. But thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. There is surplus food, everybody's love language. Please take some food home with you on your way out. But thank you so much. And again, a massive thank you to Sign-In Tree. Thank you so much for people who have been online with us the whole time, or people who are going to watch this in future iterations. Thank you so much.